Test, test. Testing, testing. Alright. Hello, hello, this is Jake Light. Gaming Larger Service. We're once again back from our stream today. I hope everyone's having a good time. A good good morning, good evening, good afternoon. If you're sleeping soon, hope you have a good night's rest. And when I see you. Hello Cross, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I'm guessing it's really late over there, right? In any case, hope your Wednesday went well. Alright. But yes, today is Thursday for me, and as we've scheduled, we are going to be doing legal investigations for Twitch community guidelines. And for those who do not know what it is, it's basically a casual seminar that I've been doing every now and then, you know, where I go into certain topics, certain issues that surrounds mostly with content creation, mostly that. I've done a lot of documents, I would say, reviews, quote-unquote reviews of legal documents that most people probably would not have read, such as the terms of service and, of course, community guidelines of like a lot of different platforms, social media platforms. I've done Twitter, I've done Discord, I've done streaming, video uploading websites like YouTube, and even Kick. I did Kick, and sometimes there are like content creation adjacent platforms like Streamloots and stuff. All kinds of things. But the point is, it's always to just it's not really a serious one, like in terms of like a seminar where I have like PowerPoint. Sometimes I might have like PowerPoint things, but not really. But it's really casual. I'll just be reading through certain stuff and just give you what I think about certain matters and what's important to note about, right? Sometimes I will also talk about legal subjects, like literally just focus on maybe contractual laws, employment laws, and all that, for people's information and all that. It's general information which I would say is applicable. All right, I don't actually get into the specifics of like what law, what sections, what statutes, what cases, and all that. It's more of a very, how do you say, simplified understanding or simplified approach to understanding how to look at certain problems, issues, through a lawyer's perspective, I would say, so that you yourself can help yourself, you don't so that you don't have to wait for someone like me that has legal experience to, at the very least, get a feeling when something has gone wrong, to get a feeling that yes, that something isn't right, something isn't fair, and at the very least where to start, or start looking for solutions and fight for what you think is right. But yes, for today though, we're just looking into community guidelines, which I've done before. I've done this probably every year by now. I've done this first year, then second year. Now we're on the third year now. And Twitch community guidelines is pretty long. It's pretty long. So I might not be able to finish everything by today, but we'll be focusing on a few things, a few categories that are important, or at least trending right now, in the VTuber space, whereby harassment within the platform itself seems to be like a thing that it's very hard to avoid. It's very hard to avoid, especially the more you do content, the bigger you get, the more you grow. There's a very likelihood, even if it's not, the chances aren't high, with in due time, eventually you encounter one or another type of harassment. And I've talked about this in like last year, or casually in a lot of my other streams, where things happen to me as well, or bad things would also happen to my friends, my mutuals and all that, and you have to deal with them. You have to find out how to best deal with them, or at least prevent them from happening. And the best way to know what's right and what's wrong is the Twitch's CG, community guidelines, right? It's literally, you don't have to know about laws and everything and all that, because when we're doing something, when you're using a service on Twitch, right, you follow their rules. Oh no, yeah, I took. Okay, well, my mouth wasn't moving, but you totally don't really have to know anything about law, because at the end of the day, it's what Twitch allows you to do and not, right? Because a lot of the rules are not really based on US laws. Yeah, even though Twitch is based in the US, a lot of it is more on the ethical side of things, in terms of like not in terms of things that normally won't be a criminal offense, or might not even be a civil offense, as in playing your music loudly and all that, and disturbing your neighbors. That's a civil wrong, but not really a criminal wrong. So in our case here, in this platform, whether you're watching streams, whether you're streaming yourself, there are things that you need to follow, and you can't be basing the moral thing to do, or the ethical things to do, is based on what you think, in your experience, in your knowledge, is right or wrong. That's not how this works, right? So we're gonna see what Twitch thinks how all this works. What do they think is right and wrong, and what happens if something is wrong, right? What actions can they take? What actions can you take if you were to suffer, if you were to encounter anyone violating the community guidelines? But yes, I've how do you say, it's not a easy topic, it's not an easy subject to cover. That's why I've put up in my title content warning. I might mention or refer to things that might be traumatizing, words that might be triggering, because we have to look into a lot of examples as to what sort of actions, interactions is considered a violation of the community guidelines. Some are pretty horrible, some are very explicit, as in how they describe certain actions is like bad. So anyone that's watching right now, please, if you can't, if you're sensitive to certain things, don't hesitate to stop watching. All right, it's better sometimes. It's better to how do you say, take care of yourself better, mentally speaking, because not everyone can everyone can withstand sort of like negative actions from other people. You might not be able to stand criticisms, you might not be able to stand bullying, you might not be able to stand harassment, and fight on against them, take the hit and deal with them. Which I wouldn't say, content creation is not for everyone, and a lot of times I've noticed that for people that grow too much or grow too suddenly, they can't take the heat, right? Because more or less they aren't prepared for it. They aren't mentally prepared for it. They aren't physically prepared for it. As in, to take moderation actions against them and to be professional about it. A lot of times we just let our emotions take over and just say or do what we think is right, but it might end up backfiring against you, right? It's because you weren't thinking rationally at that time. But yes, we'll be talking all about that in a sec. But for anyone that is curious, anyone that has anything you want to ask me, it doesn't have to be related to the Twitch community guidelines. Anything at all, this is the best time. This is a seminar. This is where you all ask all your simple questions or complicated questions, anything. There's no such thing as stupid questions, as I always say. It's only a matter of, I would say, understanding what you want to know and trying to let people know, trying to let people know what they can give you as the actual answer that you want. A lot of times I feel like people don't really consider much when it comes to asking the questions, but I feel like asking questions is way more important than answering them. Because if you don't know what you want to know, what information you want to get out of the questions, people can answer you in all kinds of ways that you might not want to, right? So for me, I always think, not only I think very hard when it comes to answering people, I also think very hard when questioning things, right? Because I don't want to beat around the bushes. I just want to know certain facts, and if it more towards to letting me know if it's a yes or no answer, with reasons and all that. But yes, and again, there's no such thing as a stupid question, because when to find out what the answer you're looking for is to keep on refining it. So if your questions is like a bit too broad, then I will help you find out what exactly you're trying to ask. I'll be more specific. I'll be asking you, why are you asking this thing? Are you like in trouble of something, or are you working on something in this particular thing that you want to know the answer to? So I can better craft my answer. That's always the reason. It's nothing to like ridicule people, like, why are you asking this question? Like I don't mean it as in like it's a question that no one need to ask. No, that's not my intention at all. I would say, then again, a lot of people, especially in the internet, strangers that absolutely have no concern with other human beings' emotions and mental health and all that, they ask questions just for the sake of asking questions, to be funny, to troll, to trigger some sort of reactions on another person, trying to bait people into saying something they shouldn't say. There are all these kind of people. There are plenty of these people, and I feel like, again, if you're a content creator that focuses a lot of like the things that you do in relation to interacting with people that in your community, you have to be very careful to be accepting, to be how do you say, just you can't be sincere with everyone. You can't be straightforward with everyone when you don't know them, what their intentions are. They might be just asking things to really stir you up. Hello, Epitha, welcome. Also, I forgot to congratulate you on getting married, right? Yes. Congratulations. And I hope you're doing well, right? But yes, so back to the topic here is that there's no stupid questions. So if you want to ask anything at all, that you're curious about, that you have some issues with, that you're worried about, it can be content creation related, it can be anything really, something like employment, something like human rights, something like criminal stuff. I can answer them as long as I can. I have the knowledge, I have the capabilities of doing so, right? Even non-lawyer questions, I would answer them. Maybe you have something in terms of ethics, something in terms of relationships, anything at all, really. Yeah, thank you. I'll be here listening. I love the info. Oh, all right. Thank you. Yes. So really, well, in any case, I'm. It's also fine, if people don't have any questions. Most of my experience so far with doing the seminar is that most people just like to listen. And it's fine, right? It's fine. Though a proactive engagement with this sort of seminar is how it works to better yourselves, I guess, in a way. Because when I attend seminars or when I attend lectures, I'm always that person who has questions. I'm always that person who has questions to ask the presenter, the lecturer, because I attend them for a reason. I don't know something. I need this person who seems to say they know their thing to tell me what it is, right? So if throughout their lecture they don't really tell me what I want to know, I have to ask them. Well, what's if I have this issue, how should I deal with this and that? It's really I feel like this is more of a how I am as a student. All the while, I think since I was in high school, is I'm very inquisitive when it comes to things that I'm passionate about and that I don't really understand about. I can be passionate, but I can also be dumb about things, so that's why. But asking questions, being active, actually helps you remember stuff way better than just listening, I would say, right? Because you are engaging your brain yourself in a way, because you're asking questions. You're like want to know what the answer. So once you get the answer, you'll be like, yes, okay, I understand. You'll actually absorb it better rather than waiting to the point where perhaps they might touch on the subject but not really get what's going on, or at least try to apply that knowledge to your circumstances or to your understanding. That's what I'm trying to say, I guess. Yes, anyways, I'm totally not trying to waste time or anything here. But yes, so without further ado, let's just get into it, right? Let's just get into the topic at hand. All right, so as you can see, this I was actually, to be honest, I was actually not going to talk about I actually didn't know about this issue before I like. Of course, I think this was done in. Yeah. This was just yesterday. This thing. This controversy, I guess, just happened yesterday, and I planned on doing community guidelines since last weekend. So yeah. But for those who don't know, not in the VTuber space or in the know, apparently one VTuber that's I called Liakites. I think she's a partner as well in Twitch, has received a form of harassment by another Twitch partner. So basically, it's a very, I would say, actually a very common thing. A common thing for big streamers, going into other people's streams, whether it's just by like reacting to another person's streams, or raiding them, and the purposes is most likely it's always going to be not always going, it's most likely going to be because they are trying to be coy about it. They want to joke about it. They want to feel superior, and then they want to feel like whatever other people that are trying to react to is a joke, is doing something stupid and all that. So I rarely see people watching other people's streams or video upload content because they like their content, unless they are watching a trailer. But then again, sometimes people watch trailers just to get angry at whatever it is, whether it's a movie trailer, a game trailer, or anything. As people do all this reactionary content is to rile up emotions of hate, shame, disrespect, feeling of trying to feel superior than others. It's nothing empowering at all. It's nothing positive, when you think about it. So in any case, for Liakiti's situation, it's the typical, getting hate, getting harassed for all sorts of reasons, for being a VTuber, for being a female representing individual, for having how do you say, sexualized or like ridiculed, shamed, or it's either getting sexualized or shamed for whatever appearances the VTuber's avatar is presented, right? So that's usually the things, and that's all of this, right? She's getting insults. She gets all kinds of nasty things get thrown on her just because of what type of content she's making, right? And this is aside from talking about community guidelines. For me personally, I have my, how do you say, principles. I for my own content, I want to produce certain type of things and all that, but I'm also don't really care if people make content that doesn't really promote hate, that doesn't harm anyone, that doesn't do any sort of like intentionally malicious. It will not induce any sort of like harm, I would say, mental harm, whether it be mental harm, physical harm, any kind of it. As if you're capable, if that's the content that you're making, do whatever you like, right? Do whatever you like. At the very least, we're all way better than the people that make content out of other people's misery. All right, it's something that is like, it's totally it's something I can't agree on. Is that making content of other people's misery, how do you say, despair, depression, or like going through bad things and all that. Not my thing. Not my thing. And also, trying to fight, I don't know, argue in the internet, trying to stir up emotions, anger against you, the troll. I don't understand at all. And I don't understand, not really don't understand. I don't find, even if, let's say, out of the millions and millions of people using the internet, there are a few that actually wants to understand what the others perspective on an issue is. And I always say to myself, or I always say to other people that this is not the place to, like, this sort of like heated environment where people is just angry at each other. It's not a great place to have debates, all right? And I always feel that there's a difference between arguments and debates, but at the end of the day, both of this is not. Both of this is not something that people should be doing unless it's in an appropriate environment. Like unless you're literally in a space built for debating, you're a professional debater against another person that also is a professional debater. Then please do so. Go do that. Argue your stance to your content, right? But in the internet, whether it's Twitter, whether it's on stream, I have no interest in, how do you say, trying to explain to people my stance, or trying to listen to people what they're trying to argue about, because a lot of times it's not in good faith, and even if it's in good faith, it's filled with a lot of emotions that it's not really that good to have a level-headed conversation, because you're feeling very angry right now. So whatever the other person is saying, you're just gonna be like, I don't agree with you, and you're gonna get angrier because this other person seems to not agree with you, like trying to see from where you're standing, So it's not a conducive, it's not a productive environment to have to have this sort of like a conversation. It's always better, to recognize whether you're in a state that you can talk about sensitive or controversial issues, then in the moment, and it's like, I want to talk about it now. If you have that feeling of, I need to talk about this now, or I need to tell this person why they are wrong now, that's unfortunately, I would say that's not good at all for both sides, whether you're right or wrong. All right. Always cool yourself down, do something happy, then only come back to this topic and see if your stance on it has changed or not, or at the very least you're capable of be more clear with why and all that, why and the reasons. Either you agree or don't, or you disagree on the subject, right? So this case over here, it spanned quite a bit of a few different topics. There's the of course, the harassment, but also harassment. There's harassment, then there's also sexual harassment, and then I feel like there's also a hint of sexism in here as well, involved in this case, because I believe I've also seen some sort of post in regards to like people shaming Liang Kitty outside from the case that everyone's involved, there are third parties looking at this situation and doing the usual thing, of course, is victim blaming, right? They are saying that Leah Kitty, either they are saying she deserves getting harassed, or saying that she isn't getting harassed because of how she is, because of her content and how she presents herself. All right, so this is like a new kind of like not really a new kind, a different controversy that bred out of this situation. It gets out of hand when you have something this big happening. All kinds of people jump in and would make conclusions about the situation without being understanding. But yes, so we're doing all that. We'll have all this. We'll look into all this. How do you say, categories, one by one. We won't. How do you say, like, how normally I think other maybe lawyers or other quote unquote reporters, reviewers, I don't know how you say this, would like take all the one by one facts of this case and then like dissect it and see if it's right or wrong and all that. I'm not going to do that. Okay, I'm not going to do that. It's this sort of things, I know, drama, issues, cases that happens. You don't know 100% about the fact. Even if, let's say, you have all the clips, you have all the statements and all that, it doesn't help anyone, right? The people that really needs to know all the facts of this case, all the truth of this case, is the affected party themselves only, right? Us people who are just looking into this, we just need to show empathy, sympathy, understanding, and that's it. All right. Okay, that's it. We need to also, at the same time, we also need to be skeptical of everything, of everyone saying everything. So it's not that I'm saying I don't believe Leah Kitty's, or I don't trust this harasser and Stable Ronaldo. I don't know why that is a name, Stable Ronaldo. But yeah, facts don't really matter. It's the only thing that matters is like what topic is being brought up right now, and that's more, I would say, more productive to look into, so that it actually helps us, all right? The third parties, me, that's trying to teach people or trying to let people understand, how this might apply to you and how you might need to know about these things. Why it's important to know about these things, called community guidelines, and how it can help you or maybe not help you, I don't know, with content creations or just viewing streams in general. Because this is community guidelines is not a thing that streamers need to know. Both streamers and viewers need to all know all of this stuff, either so that you can protect yourself or you can protect others people, right? And just do good by people. Don't just be ignorant. I would say most people aren't evil. Most people are they are assholes. Most people are jerks. Most people are ignorant. But they are not evil, right? They are not evil. But sometimes, just by being ignorant, just by being disrespectful and all that, might be really bad either way. It might be worse than being evil. Evil villains actually have a code and all that stuff. People that just like to be an ass, they do whatever they want because they think they are right. That's literally it. Why people hurt others, it's because they think they are right. There's nothing to about it. Why they think they are right, it's basically based on their.
Congratulations, you're the first.
Thank you. Congratulations being in first, Neon. Hello, Blank. Thank you for follow. Yes, Neon. You're kind of on time. Actually, today. You bring friends. Oh, is that someone you know, Epitha? Thank you. You don't have to, but yeah. So again, evil villains have a code. They stand by, even though they harm people. So they at the very least, they are predictable. They have clear stances of principles and all that. But actual normal human beings are more complicated than that, and worse than that. Worse because of that, because the things that we understand as right and wrong is based on our beliefs, our perspectives, our cultures, our traditions, and views and all that. And all of this stuff keeps changing, and we believe all these things and act on certain how do you say, deal with certain situations, commit certain acts based on these beliefs for our own benefit, for our perceived righteousness, fairness, and all that. And it changes. The problem with that is that, compared to like a typical cartoon villain, all these things keep changing. There's no strict way of like saying a person of belief of this, a person of culture is of this, is gonna act in this way and all that. So everyone has different ideas of right and wrong. So how does one community, or how does one society get together and play nice with each other? Well, we need to at least compromise on certain things are right or wrong, right? I'm just looking on my Warhammer minis on. Are you building your models, or you're painting your models? And if you're mentioning Warhammer, are you talking about Warhammer Fantasy? I don't think it's called. Is it still called Warhammer Fantasy? Or are you talking about 40k? But yes. So yeah, that's why we have community guidelines, to let everyone know to what everyone should follow, should do. So that no one has like a different idea of wrong and right, and having problems to have, and Twitch having problems to moderate that, right? So okay, in any case, let's just get into the community guidelines. I'm just gonna quickly briefly explain what this is, all right, and we'll move on to the specific topics of it. So community guidelines, it's a legal document, all right. First of all, it's a legal document. It's something, it's not a how do you say, a guidebook, okay? It's not a advice, okay? It's not something that you don't have to follow. It's part and parcel of the terms of service when you're using Twitch for whatever purposes, whether it's streaming or whether you're just watching out of streams. If you accepted the terms of service, you have also accepted community guidelines, right? So it's in legal theory, I guess, legally speaking, community guidelines are contractually, you're contractually obligated to follow them. If you don't, it's both considered a violation of the community guidelines, but also a breach of the terms of service as well. All right. So for the people that think this is like I don't know, rule book, TTRPG rule book or something, it is not. Absolutely not. But of course, the The problem comes, I guess, the perception why this might not be important is that enforcement is rarely seen, observed by Twitch in all different kinds of like situations. So I've already opened up this one. Twitch actually has a page talking about what enforcement means to them. It's very short though. It's very short. Though I want to just how do you say, highlight is that enforcement. When do Twitch determine to take actions against a person? So this is a bit of also a controversy as well, whereby we of course through our years in Twitch, we understand enforcement is subjective. It is very much subjective and discretionary. You know, it's really up to Twitch to decide what sort of sentencing, I guess, to give to people that have violated the community guidelines. Some subjects, some acts, committed they might say it requires severe actions taken against them. So something like they will say they might give a permanent ban on very serious issues like racism, discrimination, inciting violence or something. That kind of like serious conduct act can get someone permanently suspended. May, but that's the thing though. It's not 100%. They always give themselves some leeway in terms of like whether or not to permanently suspend someone, i.e. ban someone. So here at the very least they say, just for your knowledge sake, so they consider a number of factors when it comes to reviewing reports of violations, including the intent and context, the potential for or actual harm to the community, legal obligations, and others. So unfortunately, it's not just a matter of whether a person has violated community guidelines. All right, they actually have to consider factors outside of it, right? It's kind of, it's not really kind of, it's really subjective. Like we're talking about intent, we're talking about context, we're talking about legal obligations and others. They literally put others. So I've actually explained this, or at least speculated what this other mean here. Right? The things that they mention is probably status of the user, or the user that has violated the community guidelines. So they don't want to say this, but it's a thing. We can see that Twitch partners receive a more lenient enforcement whenever they violate anything, whether it's really bad or it's not. Whether it's really bad, it's usually not a permanent enforcement or a permanent punishment against them. You normally just see like they receive perhaps 1 day ban, 3 day ban. As I think it's very rare to go beyond a week, 7 days ban when they violate community guidelines. Supposedly, as well, the more you violate the community guidelines, the more likely they will give you a permanent suspension. But I don't know. I don't really think Twitch partners have a problem getting their accounts unsuspended, because if I understand how Twitch partners works, they actually have some sort of a direct call to Twitch. They have people they can contact directly and talk about and to resolve the issue internally, and also very fast. Apparently that's the perk of being a partner, that you have like someone, a real person that you can contact, something like a personal assistant that it represents Twitch, and they are the people that can tell you whether you can get back your account or not. And most of the time they do get back their account just by talking to them. They get an agent, they can email. Yes, they do get someone, they get a staff that they can directly contact. Where else for us, affiliates don't get that support at all. So it's unfortunate, but it's kind of reflective of how legal systems work in real life as well. You have connections, you get better legal support, you get faster results with your case, and also might even get lesser sentencing and all that, but again, regardless, I would say, regardless of whether Twitch is bad at moderating, enforcing their rules and all that, you gotta try. You gotta try. If you don't try and see if they can help you, then there's not really a lot of options left for you to help yourself. You might be doing something like what Leah Kitties does. I don't know if she has actually she probably has reported the user that violated the community guidelines. But again, from what I know, this person has like 1 million or 4 million followers and has a average views of 7,000 people in his stream, way bigger than Leah Kitties. And I don't think even in the situation, even with having a person that can directly help her with anything, I don't know if Twitch is actually going to do anything against this top streamer. Because first and foremost, back to the factors that Twitch doesn't say about, the other factor would be profit, revenue. Twitch has to consider whether this is actually good for them in terms of like balancing out the pros and cons of perhaps suspending the user, even though they might have violated the community guidelines. Is it good to suspend him and in sort of like considering maybe is permanently suspending this Twitch partner good for us, right? They probably would think like that. They probably would most likely think like that, because they are at the end a company, all right? A company, and this community guidelines for them, at the very least, is discretionary. For them, it's something they don't have to follow through. On the other hand, us viewers, people that use Twitch, have to comply with community guidelines no matter what. We can't say, I don't care about the community guidelines, I'm gonna do whatever I want. No, you can't do that, because you don't have power in Twitch. If you get banned, you get banned. How far can a streamer go before Twitch is in legal trouble in terms of harassment? If there is some sort of I would say, because Twitch is their main base of business operations is in US, so they'd have to follow US laws in terms of like perhaps as a platform, internet, a streaming platform. If there are, thank you for the follow, just a seagull. Okay. if that we have to, I actually don't know, so apologies, but if they do have laws in terms of like requiring streaming platforms to take the reasonable actions against, you know, this sort of harassment and all that, they might be in trouble, right? But if US doesn't have this kind of law, I don't know, in the state or in terms of federal laws, there's nothing that Twitch doesn't really have any legal obligations to say enforce their community guidelines, because in the first place, certain acts like in their examples of harassment or sexual harassment is probably not even considered a criminal offense, not even considered a civil offense. It's basic. Some of them are basic morality, ethics, social ethics that people, you know, commonly practice. Came here to say hi and follow. Gonna return to my Dark Souls run. All right. Thank you for coming by and saying hello. But yes, I don't know if there is, but even if there is, it doesn't. I don't think it's like a. Yeah, you can't, in terms of like this is sort of a legal thing, a legal theory thing, whereby a wrong that is committed against a person can rarely, it's very hard to say that this person committing this despicable act against another person is the fault of a third party that is not involved in any way other than maybe providing the space. Like say, like for example, if we're talking about you're in a shopping mall, perhaps you're in a shopping mall, right? You're in a place, you're buying groceries or something, and suddenly someone comes over here and stabs you. I don't know, it stabs you or something, right? Of course, you know that person stabbing you isn't wrong, but is the shopping center, shopping mall owner, or the shop owner, whoever that act was committed, are they at fault? Are they at fault in any way, legally speaking, right? Can you blame them by saying that they allowed this sort of dangerous person inside this premise, and in turn you have suffered this injury? You know, you most likely will have a very, very hard time to connect that dot, you know, with people that aren't actually directly involved. So similarly, for Twitch, right? If someone harasses you on stream, and Twitch doesn't take actions, even though the community guideline says you can't do this, right? Twitch doesn't have there's no legal obligations for Twitch to enforce their community guidelines, even if there is about, you know, not stabbing you or something. But yeah, unfortunately, unless again, I think it's not going to be a thing. But again, only when your state, only when, you know, the place of where Twitch operates their business have laws in concerning moderating users when it comes to ethics, you know, this sort of stuff. It's very unlikely they are going to be forced to do something, be forced to moderate, you know, take actions against people who are violating and stuff. Unless, you know, again, you can prove that if not because of Twitch, this or that would not have happened, right? There are some things that service providers in the internet, you know, have to follow, have to be obligated to enforce their rules and stuff. Very, very common, very famous example is DMCAs. You know about DMCAs? Copyright infringement, right? If people commit copyright infringement, it's a it's legally wrong. Okay, it's legally wrong. But why does Twitch, not involved with the copyright infringement, have to do something about it? Because the law says so. Because DMCA says so. DMCA, I think it refers to Digital Millennium Copyright Act or something. It's been a while since I last checked what it's actually called. Let me go and see. Digital Millennium Copyright Act. So basically, for people's understanding, DMCA is not something like we just got DMCA'd, which doesn't make sense to me. But it's a slang now. By now, it's a slang. Basically, it's the U.S. law implemented in I think in the entire United States for all internet platform providers that deals in. I'm not too sure about specifics, but I'm just like giving you the understanding how it works. They legally force all internet platform providers like Facebook, YouTube, Spotify, Twitch, Twitter, all these places, they have to follow this DMCA. What they do have to follow is that if someone has committed copyright infringement in their platform, they have to take actions against them. Whether or not the violation, the report is true or not, it's up to them to decide. But they have to take actions on it. They have to, at the very least, prima facie, at the beginning, at the initiative, they have to block the person, do something about it, so that the person can't further benefit from the copyright infringement. That's what they have to do. If they don't do that, they are liable. Right? They are liable for fines. They are also liable to be sued by the person that the copyright infringement has caused them damages. So that's why. That's why all these platforms, of all the things they take serious, they don't take seriously. It's the copyright infringement, because that's the one that might get them in trouble, legal trouble. So yeah, if there's no laws telling Twitch to enforce their community guidelines, it's up to them. It's at discretion, unfortunately. But also, let me check Twitter. There's a lot of notifications. I think there's no questions over here. I'm good. All right, so back to this one. Back to the point here. So other than that, what does Twitch actually do when it comes to enforcement? Not much. It's just two things. Two simple things. It's either Twitch warns that you have violated the community guidelines and telling you to remove the content that is violating it, and of course with repeated warnings, and if it's still violating the same thing, you get suspended, right? But really it's really just the only thing that Twitch can do in this situation is really just suspension. But of course, I wish there was more of a clear I wish there was more clear specifics into, like, if you commit this act, if you commit this violation, it is a sentencing of suspension. You might be sentenced to a suspension of up to this, or you might be permanently suspended. The minimum. I wish there was like a minimum range, right? But for the community guidelines for Twitch, any suspension, any violations of community guidelines, the suspension can be 1 day to permanent, right? Even though yes, they say for certain categories there's something like if it's a serious category, they will take more serious actions. Like I guess the only more serious actions is more days in suspension. But it's even if it's more days in suspension, it's maximum 30 days. Imagine someone earns thousands and thousands a week, right? Not a week. Is 30 days going to really harm them? Even if we're talking about maximum suspension, that the temporary suspension that the Twitch is going to enforce, it's probably not going to hurt them a lot. And a lot of times, I feel like Twitch, a lot of like top YouTubers that are very controversial, they like to be banned. Gives them even more, how do you say, engagement, exposure. News would be streamer news. I don't know, entertainment news. We'll be talking about the thing, or for days. This person's community will be like spreading like cancer. Hunting for anyone that is that disagrees with the streamer that was banned, and this person will they might have other platforms, they might have other alternatives of streaming. They will go over there and rant about it and complain about it. But that's the thing. I feel like Twitch doesn't really have this sort of like seriousness in terms of repeat offenders, or at least not repeat offenders that don't repent or don't feel sorry for doing something wrong. You just let them back in and tell them, don't do it again. I don't know how. That's the thing. Again, all of this is very subjective, because if you can be unbanned, you can be unbanned for indefinite time. It can be banned for indefinite, but also you can always let back in, right? You can always be let back in. Which is this. If this is how legal system works, it's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be terrible, so terrible. But yes, really, the suspension doesn't really do anything. Doesn't really do anything. If they, how do I say this? If they fine, I don't know if it's I don't think it's illegal for Twitch if they had in their terms of service, perhaps in their terms of service or in their monetized stream agreement, whatever it is, Twitch partners special exclusive terms or something like that. If they had something like fines, penalties, monetary penalties, monetary fines, all that, if they actually can punish people in that way, I think people will be more how do you say behave themselves, because suspending them doesn't really do anything. They don't really lose much when it comes to revenue. But if you find someone, right, perhaps I don't know, reducing their revenue, reducing their income revenue per view or per bits or per subs, it's gonna be messy. But I feel like, if we're talking about effective moderation. Punishing people with money is way more incentivized. If they are going to lose money, and that's way more, how do you say, problematic for them. Or perhaps I don't know. I can think of a lot of ways to punish someone that violates community guidelines. Restrict their subs per day. Restrict their bits per day. You might don't want to penalize them, but you might want to restrict how much they get, how much money they get per day. They can't give people can't give sub to a limit. Perhaps they can't. How do you say? Viewers can't watch this streamer. They limit the viewers up to, I don't know, 100 people can only watch it. Probably very difficult to implement though. Anyways, there's way more things you can do. If we're talking about enforcement, of course, yeah. I'm might be in there might be legal problems, but I don't really think, if it if how do you say, any other business transactions, all right, any other business transactions, they normally do have this sort of things. They normally do have this sort of like remedy for people to rely on when something doesn't go as they want. When they breach a contract, it's usually something better than just terminate the agreement. Okay, you need to be compensated for your time and effort wasted. Anyways, going on a bit of too much of a tangent. All right. So let's just get back to it. So if you're done with, I hope I'm done with explaining enforcement. So we're going to move on to actually a few of the topics of the community guidelines, right? Even though you look at the site here, it seems like there's only 5 categories of community guidelines you have to follow, rules you have to follow, but they are a lot. Okay, all these 5 categories have subcategories in them. I can't really go through all of them really today. If we go through everything by today, we're gonna be here for a long time, right? So I'm just going to be focusing on I would say this is a part of the safety. No, this is part of the civility and respect. We'll go with civility and respect, right? We'll cover this pretty big category and see if we still have time for anything else. All right, but this category is in relation to what has just recently happened, with Lea Kitties. All right, so civility and respect. Everyone knows about all discriminations, about harassment, sexual harassment, to a certain extent, right? To a certain extent. You might have experienced this yourself. Oh yeah, again, content warning. If you are sensitive to this, to some certain matters that we're going to be talking about, I'll be reading through examples here. It might be too explicitly detailed for you. I don't know. Please be informed, and if you need to move away from the stream, please do so. All right. So hateful conduct. Let's go with hateful conduct first. What do people think about it? What do actually hateful conduct mean? Quite interestingly, there's quite a bit of overlap between hateful conduct and harassment. Hateful conduct is actually the one that is more specific than harassment. Harassment is more of a general thing that people do. And hateful conduct relates to a lot of things, but primarily it is discrimination, right? Discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on the following protected characteristics. This is the most important thing in terms of this category. As long as you understand whatever act that is done based on these reasons, it's under hateful conduct, right? It could be anything, right? The act could be anything as long it fits this category of discrimination on specific protected characteristics, right? So we have race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition, and veteran status. It's a very specific list, and it's a limited list. It's not like this and other characteristics. But no, it's if any sort of acts involved this protected characteristics, it's considered hateful conduct. And from my understanding, supposedly Twitch takes this sort of acts seriously as well. Who knows? Supposedly, if people are being unkind, malicious, harmful against this sort of characteristics, it's way worse than harassment or sexual harassment. Yeah. So again, they try to also expand this by also saying we also provide certain protections for age, especially in the examples. It's very quite even though this list is limited, it's quite broad. They include a lot of things that normally laws wouldn't even help protect you, right? I believe gender identity. I'm not sure. I actually have read about the discrimination laws in US. As even though there is equality laws and all that, non-discrimination laws, sometimes it doesn't cover everything. Sometimes there are loopholes. So this is actually good in terms of being specific about things, being detailed. They expand way more than just gender identity and sexuality and all that. They actually say sex, gender identity, and sexual orientation. But immigration status itself, immigration status, serious medical condition, veteran status, I don't really think that's that's a federal law in terms of discrimination. I don't think it's found in at least in US. But of course, if we are talking about Malaysian law, we do have non-discrimination laws in our constitution, but with exceptions. Our equality laws have exceptions, which is so how to say, contradictory, right? You want everyone to have the same freedom of expression, freedom of religion and all that, but of course you don't get discriminated, but some races, some religion get preferential treatment. So yeah, ours are kind of different. We promote positive discrimination, if that's a thing. Anyways, but we're not going to be talking about my local laws. We're focusing on community guidelines. All right, so we have all this stuff. Okay, so we're going to look into the examples of it. Right, we define protected groups as a subset of the population with a shared protected characteristic. Every Twitch user falls into multiple of these protected groups. Twitch affords every user global equal protections under this policy. Right, So for this one, right, for something that is in relation to the protected characteristics, Twitch community guidelines says it doesn't care about your intent, regardless of your intent. There are some acts they don't consider your intentions of doing it and saying it, right? So content warning, the examples are promote, glorify, threaten, or advocate violence, physical harm, or death against individuals or groups on the basis of the protected characteristic, including age, right? So you can see them for yourself. I'll try not to say all of them because they're not really good. They're not really nice things. But you get the gist. You get the gist. This is really about trying to threaten, or promote violence. That's pretty much it. And these examples down here talks about specifics, how people might word these things and against the protected characteristics. Yeah, quite interestingly, there's this one example. I think it's kind of recent as well. Is that you can't modify video game content to promote violence against a group based on a protected characteristic. Hilfi, hello. Hi, good morning to you. I guess, is it morning? But yes, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I guess yeah. So about this example, I'm guessing they're talking about mods. If you're using a mod that changes, I don't know, everyone into a specific protected characteristic, and you commit violence against them, this is one of the hateful conduct. It's considered very hateful conduct. Though I do know there are way worse video games people might play on stream. Then again, yeah, I guess we don't really focus on this really. As long as you understand what the base example is, any people with rational thinking or logical thinking can understand if you're being racist, being specific about someone, insulting someone, trying to threaten someone with violence, all that, for on a specific traits that they can't change, or it makes a very, it's not even just that they can't change. It's sometimes even things like religion is something they can change, but it's like it makes up a very important core of your person, I guess, individual. Some people might not agree with that statement, but it is how people view themselves when it comes to expressing themselves as an individual, right? Some people leave. Some people are put religion as part of their life, livelihood. Remove that, and it removes part of them or something. You get what I mean? Yeah. So that's one example. We have a few others. It's quite a lot. That's quite a lot. I won't read all of them. We're gonna be staying here. Okay. I'll just read the main ones. Use hateful slurs, either untargeted or directed towards another individual. We allow certain words or terms which might otherwise violate our policy to be used in an empowering way or as terms of endearment, when such intent is clear. We also make exceptions of slurs in music, in singing along to music, as long as the song itself is not hateful and slurs are not combined with other discriminating or denigrating content. Yeah, so why I highlight this? I actually highlighted this long time ago. It's because you see people say slurs, right? A lot of times they justify it by saying because they aren't using it to be disrespectful or anything, or to insult people. But sometimes it's not in not having that intention is not enough, right? And I agree with this statement that if you want to use slurs, it has to be like that, and there is like very few words that can be, and very few slurs that can be used in an empowering way, as in terms of endearment. There's plenty of slurs that is not used in that way, unfortunately, and it's very so. If someone tries to justify in an environment and to use slurs, the best practice, I would say, the safest practice is just to tell them don't use that word. Of course, I hope your auto mod or whatever automated systems or bots you have implemented is able to remove them before you see them, or anyone else will see them. They are already, I would say these people are already it's already a red flag. It's already a red flag. Okay. I'll talk about this in a bit. All right, in a bit. It's way more relevant in a different category. But yes. All right. Next would be create speech imagery or emote combinations that dehumanize or perpetuate negative stereotypes and or memes. I don't really think, yeah, this why did I why did I highlight this? Well, I highlighted is because it's also a prevalent thing. A lot of people say nasty things, but at the end of the day, it's because they think they are more superior than another person, right? For some reason, humans, even though we are born in the same way, you know, we have the only different things we have slightly different hair color, skin color, and body proportions. We're generally the same. You strip everything from us, we're generally we're literally, not generally, we're literally the same. We have a beating heart. Anyone can die if the heart stops. But somehow, people think that they are superior because of their status, because of their ethnicity, because of their religion, because of their beliefs, because of how they are in terms of physical appearance. Plenty of reasons humans have made to feel more superior than another person, right? For reasons that are illogical, is all I can say. But yes, moving on. Create content that express inferiority based on protected characteristic. For example, statements related to physical, mental, and moral deficiencies. Yes, this is just a few more examples, but they all rather say the same thing, and it always relates to being against protected groups or protected characteristics. Call for subjugation, segregation, or exclusion, including political, economic, and social exclusion, segregation based on a protected characteristic, including age. We do, however, allow discussions on certain topics such as immigration policy, voting rights for non-citizens, and professional sports participation, as long as the content is not directly denigrating based on protected characteristics. So, a moment. Let me do something a bit. But yeah, if anyone has questions, let me know. It's getting a bit hot. So, I'm turning on the AC for a bit. Until it cools and I can continue without being agitated. Yes. This is unfortunately a still thing in terms of like in Malaysia, but I won't really talk about it. suffice to say, in Malaysia we have laws that kind of segregate, kind of restricts you as a person in doing something like getting an education based on your ethnicity. So we can say swear words. You reading the guidelines of Twitch is very interesting, but I just want to say that your avatar looks very similar to Finn from Mush. Finn? Wait, which character is that? I don't know the name, but I know the anime you're talking about. I like the anime. It's one of my favorites. Finn from Masho? Is it that friend? Oh yeah, it's that person. I guess so. I know. Some say not to in first 5 minutes. In that for YouTube. Oh, are you talking what? Are you referring to what? Twitch catching you swear or something? Also, in terms of algorithms, I have heard about that thing, at least in YouTube. Is that very often I watch King Grumps and they swear a lot, and for a few episodes for a few video uploads they mentioned they can't swear in the first minute or something. If they did swear in the first minute, the YouTube algorithm won't recommend them or something, and they'll get less exposure. But in terms of Twitch, are you talking about the new filters? Twitch recently implemented filters where you can filter certain categories that you don't want to see, and I think I have to look into that. Actually, I haven't looked into that. I think content creators or streamers have to label their streams whether they have certain type of content and stuff. I have this. All right, I know about the content labels. I just need to know viewers now can actually filter them. So I'm on my OBS right now. I'm looking at a few filters, a few labels where we have to put. But basically, if you put on this, if you check mark these labels, if someone doesn't want to look at this type of content, they will just filter it, and it won't show up in their browsers or something. I actually don't know how good of their filter is though. Then again, I have to, let me see. I don't know if it's inside their community guidelines. Probably is. When it comes to, I think it's considered sensitive content. But if let's say you don't, label your content as such and all that, I don't think you get banned. You might get a warning or something. You don't get banned. Content label. Content labeling. I think it's at the very end of it. Yeah, over here. You are expected to accurately label your content to the best of your ability. When choosing a category or tag, please choose wherever it best describes your content. Yeah, so that's it. There's probably a specific article on that one, on content labeling. But over here, I actually also talk about this. I'm also very mad about this. At that time when I talk about this, I don't know if anyone knows about this, but I think last year or 2 years ago, there was a big problem with, probably still a problem with Twitch in terms of allowing non-VTubers to use the VTuber tag. And I believe there are still people that are, just using a face cam and putting in their labels, in their tags as having VTuber. I sometimes would browse through, the VTuber tag and see if anyone interests me that it's streaming. But yeah, there are still people using the tags or any other tags irresponsibly. Yoresu, I have no idea who that is. Sorry. But yeah, it was a big problem in terms of the VTuber space, because a lot of Facecam users were using VTuber. That means that a lot of actual VTubers aren't being seen. The series of VTuber recently. I don't know. Isn't that using face a lot? I see. I would say if a VTuber partially uses a virtual model slash Facecam, it's all right. It's all right. It's still within the definition. It is like if it's a streamer that never has virtual, the main thing is not their thing. If virtual models is not their thing, to present their streams, probably not a good or accurate description of what your stream is. But in any case, back to the topic is that there was a time a lot of people abused the tag system, and which used to have a lot of articles in terms of like content labeling, moderation. They even used to have definitions for tags, like what it means for each tags. So for example, they literally have a VTuber definition tag, and it's gone now. All of that is gone now, but it's in my video. Okay, it's in one of my VODs. I was talking about this. They remove everything after a lot of VTubers complain about it. So now, hey, there's no problem, because it's according to it, all these people who would use VTuber tags that are not actually VTubers won't be in trouble anymore. There used to be also a mention of like, if you mislabel your content, you'll be punished. You'll be suspended or something like that. But no. They reduce so much. This used to be a few paragraphs long. Now this is just this, nothing else. Which is just, it's funny to me, and also sad as well. Anyways, why did we talk about that? Anyways, let's get back to this one. Let's get back to hateful conduct. All right, let's get back to hateful conduct. All right. Oh yeah. Oh damn. I now remember why you asked, about that, and I went on such a tangent. Oh yeah, it's because right now apparently, if you swear a lot in your streams, there's a label for it. Yeah, significant profanity or vulgarity. Prolonged and repeated use of obscenities, profanities, and vulgarities, especially as a regular part of speech. Especially as a regular part of speech. So that's a label you can put in your streams. And people, I don't know. It's not a problem for me, but it seems to be a problem for people that might occasionally swear or swear regularly, and those people don't know if it's considered excessive or not. And I actually agree, in terms of vagueness. All right, in terms of vagueness, it's not specific enough. Like how much is significant profanity? It's a bit subjective. It's a bit subjective, if you ask me. It's clear for me. For me, why it's subjective? It might be subjective because for me, I might say, swearing every other sentence is excessive. But for perhaps, I don't know, for Americans, nothing, not trying to say, Americans are bad or anything, but it's just their culture is that most Americans swear, right? And they swear a lot. They swear a lot. It's almost every other sentences as well. But for them, I have to like put myself in their shoes. Swearing every other sentence is considered significant profanity, though. Oops, sorry. Just bump into my mic a bit. So yeah, I would say this is a cultural thing and might not be useful in terms of like doing filters, but of course, okay. Well, actually, I can just click on this. Yeah, there is a specific article about labels and all this stuff, but in here, I believe it also says it doesn't matter if you don't label it. Labeling not required. Wait, labeling not required. Intermittent use of vulgar language, brief, occasional outbursts, or more frequent use of mild profanity. For example, terms like damn, shit, or ass. So they try to be more clearer over here, but doesn't really help. Right? Streams that use extreme vulgar language in a persistent, excessive manner throughout the duration of the stream must be marked for vulgar language. For example, if strong language is a regular or defining part of your stream or content, or you use the terms like F, C, or P in every other sentence, you must notify users. Okay. Yeah, so if I don't know. I guess there are people like that. So far for me, if they're, from my understanding at least, most of the American, no, I shouldn't say like American VTubers, like only American VTubers swear. The mutuals, the friends I have, they all swear to a certain extent here and there, but probably not how this example is saying. Like every sentence there's something about there's a swear word. But of course, let me find the part where they say like what happens if you don't label or mislabel. I don't know. Doesn't. Content classification labels must be applied according to these guidelines. Streamers whose content meets these guidelines but who fail to apply a label or apply the incorrect label will receive a warning. Yeah, they will receive a warning. The correct label will be applied to their stream. Yeah, so okay. Repeated violations will result in the relevant label being applied to the channel for a set duration of time but will not result in a suspension. Content classification labels can be applied to a stream based upon content on any Twitch service. Without applying applicable label to your stream or channel. Yeah, so this is important, but also yeah, this is like it's a non-rule. I feel like what this means, yeah, it means that it doesn't matter if you label your content with the correct one or not. Because at the end of the day, if you don't, Twitch will help you do it. And there's not really, you won't be punished for it. I feel like, this is something Twitch themselves can do, but they don't want to do it. They're kind of lazy, I guess. they are lazy, trying to perhaps make an automated system to put this. But anyways, kind of tangent on, went a way long tangent on this. Let's get back to hateful conduct. All right, let's get back to hateful conduct. All right, where did I actually stop? Subjugation, yes, that's what I've stopped at. encourage or support the political or economic dominance of any race, ethnicity, or religious group, including support for white supremacist nationalist ideologies. It's very straightforward. I don't think I need to explain on this. I just highlighted it because this is a very person-to-person thing, and for me it's kind of personal because this sort of stuff actually is very rampant in Malaysia. A lot of people are very, very encouraging and supportive of political economic dominance of a specific race. That's all I'm going to say on that. Right, next, expressions of contempt, hatred, or disgust based on a protected characteristic. Expressions of contempt, hatred, yeah. It's basically, I don't like this person because of this protected group trait or characteristic. Very straightforward, nothing really to discuss. If I don't discuss something, it just means that I personally think if you can just think about it, what you just said, you can kind of judge for yourself or consider that it's probably not right to say this kind of stuff.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate. Yeah, we're still just in hateful. I've been talking for how long? About 2 hours now. I was thinking if this was short, I would actually play Wuthering Waves later. Ibiza, okay. You want it, you got it. Ara.
Stretch.
Thank you for the redeem, Ibiza, and congratulations to getting married. Stretch. Okay, yes, I will stretch. Oh boy. Yeah. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask, alright? Don't be shy. There's no such thing as stupid questions. But I do have to say this. Looking at the tweet here, a lot of people have replied on this tweet, quote this tweet and all that. Glad you like it. I can tell for a fact. People don't look at this. People don't look at the community guidelines. They have an idea what's right and wrong through hearsay. I believe they think the person is doing something wrong, but they can't really say why. Because it's probably through word, spread of word, through verbal sharing of this, is that they know some things are like common in practice are not acceptable, are not ethical, but they don't know if Twitch actually disallows it. And that's why I'm like, people want to say that this person, doing the hate raids or the hate viewing and all that is wrong, but they can't say Twitch. They can't say Twitch actually agrees. Twitch actually has rules about this. It's all based on, I feel like, very, very much feelings and all that. And that's fine. That's fine. But to, how do you say, express that, it's not only just a personal opinion, a personal belief that what actions are wrong and all that. If you are trying to inform others that, there's something that is, strictly speaking, disallowed, not even Twitch allows this, and it's better to know what your sources are. You can't tell people, like, this is wrong, and then the other person is like, why is this wrong? Because it's wrong. You you can't reply with that. You can't really answer with this is bad. Don't you understand why this is bad? This hurts people and all that. Unfortunately, you know, when it comes to what is right or wrong, a lot of times people don't care about feelings, other people's feelings at the very least. They only care about what they think is right, what they feel is all right. And if they don't feel bad about doing it, they don't care. Hence why we need community guidelines to tell everyone uniformly, universally, what's right and wrong to do in this platform. All right? Right. Okay, let's move on then. Let's move on. Expressions of contempt, hatred, or disgust. Okay, I actually said this. Mock the event victims or deny the occurrence of a well-documented hate crimes or deny the existence of documented acts of mass murder, genocide against a protected group. Yeah, so this is actually a thing. I hope I don't see this in my streams or in any other people's streams, but yeah, people, yeah, amount of people believe that, you know, the existence of a Holocaust is not is not real. Holocaust is not real. People think like that. Or certain really tragic events that happen. Right? Even the current civil war against between Palestine and Israel, people think genocide is not happening. It's just a simple civil war against you know, between countries. So, you know, make unfounded claims assigning blame to a protected group or that otherwise intends to incite fear about a protected group as it relates to health and safety. Yeah, so all this, I feel like, I don't know, for me at the very least, as a person, not only because I'm a lawyer, I feel like, you know, as a person who understands basic human empathy and just being understanding and kind and all that, I can't see these sort of acts as in, I can't say that I can't tell that they are bad. You know, to say something bad about a person's characteristics, things that they can't change or things that are important to them, just for the sake of, oh no, saying that they are wrong, their existence is wrong and all that. But anyways, I think we can move on from hateful conduct. But again, hateful conduct, very broad. It includes a lot of different things. And if you can, please go through the examples. They are very important to understand, you know, because they happen. This, again, I have to emphasize that they put all these examples not because they just pull this out of their ass somewhere. It's because people actually say all these things on stream or in chat or anywhere else, right? It's not like, oh yeah, they're just making up situations and putting this as a rule or something. It actually happens. I'm fortunate that I'm fortunate that it doesn't. I don't think so. It doesn't show up here. People like this don't show up here. For now. If something, you know, touch wood. Oh no, again, I don't have any wood nearby me. If something like the Leah Kitties happened to me, I can't really do anything but shut down the stream, really. You know, pressing the shield button. If it happens to me, because there's no way to fight against it. But when it happens, the only thing you can do is stop giving this type of people the opportunity to say things that they want to say, to do things that they want to do. That's pretty much it. At the very least, we have this sort of like a feature, I guess, to prevent or block further any sort of unsavory people. Even if let's say I have like 10 mods, 10 mods in my streams, it won't be sufficient. 100 people, even 100 mods, no. Numbers of mods don't can't really fight against a swarm of hateful bigots, you know. Anyways, moving on. Harassment. All right, something I also want to emphasize on. All right, harassment. Different from sexual harassment. We're gonna find out why, right? If people can't tell why. Anyways, harassment deters the growth of vibrant and diverse communities, prevents people from feeling safe on Twitch, and creates a gateway for more severe forms of harm and abuse. People experience harassment in different ways, including personal attacks, promotion of physical harm, and malicious brigading. Yeah, sounds very familiar? I don't know. Engaging in harassment will result in enforcement actions taken against the relevant accounts. Please keep in mind, we expect streamers to take the necessary steps to mitigate harassing content that appears on their stream or in their chat. Right. So first we have this very important paragraph here telling that streamers are responsible for what happens in their streams and the people and in their chat. All right. Not only whatever I'm streaming right now that's being broadcasted, but also in the Twitch platform, the chat, above here, or the sides here. I don't know where you're watching. Most likely it's on the right-hand side. This part here is essential as well. You can't ignore this. All right, you can't say that. Which this is a lot of, like, how do you say? A lot of people think that streamers aren't responsible for their viewers inside their chat. No, there's a break time now. I guess I'll wait. We'll take a short 3-minute break. How is everyone? I hope everyone's doing well. It's probably late for a few people, and if you need to sleep, please go and sleep. All right. This is going to be up, perhaps going to be up in the YouTube VOD as well, so it's going to be there forever for you to view. So don't have to stay here if you don't have any immediate questions you want to ask. I do this live because I just want to talk about it. Don't really feel like trying to do a edited video on this topic though, because again, even though there are more people, might be more people watching me or following me, I'm still kind of skeptical. I'm still skeptical if people actually is interested in this type of topics, in this type of content. Teaching about people about ethics. This is currently me teaching about ethics, not really legal stuff. Because at the end of the day, this is not law. It is more of a social etiquette, social rules that people have to practice and follow. It just so happens that they are part of Twitch community guidelines, which most social media platforms are. They have community guidelines because people go to these platforms to form groups, to be with people, to talk, discuss things and all that. And these platforms want at least the main goal is that they want more and more people to use their platform. Hence why these community guidelines exist. Oh, thank you for the raid, Dazzy. Gags as well. I believe both of them were playing content warning. Although I understand, I'm also doing content warning, just a very different kind. of content warning. Hello Dazzy, hello Kex. Welcome, welcome. How was your streams? I see that still very into content warning. Break is over. Yo, yeah, just nice, just nice. The break is just fine, just nicely over. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Literal content warning. Yes, I'm doing literal content warning. It's not as scary though. It's not as scary. It's scary in a different way, I guess. Maybe. I hope we are having a good stream. We love content warning. Yes. Which type of content warning are we talking about? The game kind, or the kind that people don't want, that might traumatize people or trigger people. Yes. the game. Wow. Yes. Anyhow, thank you for the raid, both of you. So if anyone doesn't know me, I'm Jake Light, gaming lawyer at your service, real life lawyer as well. So if you have any questions you want to ask, feel free to do so. I'll try my best to answer them. Oh no, there's no sound. Damn it, why is there no sound? Let me try redeem it. Wait, that's illegal. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it bugged. Don't know. Have to redeem twice for it to like wake it up. Anyhow. So, well, actually. Nice. There's for once, I'm actually doing some sort of a serious thing. You know, I keep saying I'm a gaming lawyer, but I never like actually do any actual education and stuff. But yes, right now we're talking about Twitch's community guidelines. Might be useful for you, but might be not. But it's besides. Before I continue, all right. For those that came by the raid, thank you again. If you have to go to sleep. Go rest, you have to take a break, get a meal, anything, please do so. Don't mind me, all right? Don't have to stay. If you stay, it's also fine. But yes, have a good night or have a good day, all right? See you and see you. All right, so back to this harassment. All right, we as streamers, contrary to the contrary of most people's belief, you know, we do have to be responsible with our chat, right? And the saying of a lot of people do say this, you know, chat, the community reflects the user, the streamer. I agree this statement very much, because a person that cares about cultivating a community would not let, you know, any kind of people be part of it, you know. At the very least, it won't just let people do what they want and seem to be doing things on behalf of the streamer, you know, like kind of like representing the streamer. And giving the impression that the streamer agrees to what they do, at the very least in terms of like doing malicious things, you know, harmful things. So that's why I think there's not the argument, the reason or the excuse people keep giving is that, oh, the streamer is not responsible for what, you know, these people are doing and all that. They can't control. He can't control thousands of people and what they want to say and do. Well, of course, you know, we're not trying to tell people to, each and every person to do or don't do anything. We're trying. The thing is, you know, if a person regularly or consistently tells people that, you know, this or that is not good, this is not a good conduct, this is not encouraged, you disagree with this very much, it makes you feel uncomfortable, it makes you feel angry if someone is being abusive, being harmful, you know, I'm sure people that agree with your view, you know, from your viewpoint, will stay with you, and people that don't will remove themselves easily. They will not be interested in your content. That's why I believe. But since, you know, if in a of course, if someone doesn't moderate, someone doesn't cultivate their community to be a positive one, to be a one that's safe and inclusive, of course any kind of toxic crap is going to literally fester in your community. The more garbage you don't throw away, the more it piles up, right? Am I saying something wrong or not, or saying something crazy? So it's a really much of a reflective thing for the streamer. If the streamer doesn't do anything with their chat, with their spaces that they can control, you know, Discord servers or anywhere else that they can control, it's not really, you can't really say it's not the fault of the streamer. It's very much a direct consequence of the streamer. You gave a place for bigots, for racists, for sexists to accumulate. It's no one else provided that space but you, right? not trying to say that, you know, you have absolutely no responsibility over the actions of the team or over the others, and providing minimum amount of effort of trying to moderate isn't actually moderation at all. I feel like if I grow bigger, if I ever become a Twitch partner, you won't see me like, yeah, it's out of my hands. I can't do anything here. These people want to threaten violence against, you know, this streamer that I just raided to. Well, I gave up my hands. No, you won't be seeing me doing that, and you won't be seeing me agreeing to whatever people are trying to pull a bullshit against me. I don't take bullshit in my space at all. I don't entertain trolls. I don't entertain people that ask questions that doesn't seem sincere or is actually for anyone's benefit, but to trigger a response, to frustrate someone, to agitate someone. I can see that, okay? Because I how do you say, I've received questions like that. Okay, I've received questions like that, try to make me answer them like just ask them, why are you asking this question? Or even better yet, you know, if it's very clear that they're just being trolled, you know, I'm not gonna answer that. I won't even respond to people, especially on Twitter, right? Especially on Twitter, I won't respond to any people I don't know at all. It's not because I'm like prideful. It's not because I'm like selfish or I'm like a coward or anything. It's just it's pointless. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time to talk to these people, right? Where the, how do you say, they are not there to understand you or anything. They just want to like drill their way, wiggle their way, slither their way into the part that they want, is to get a reaction from you. Yes. Let's continue. And you know what I've said is actually all what Twitch has said as well. Okay, and we'll see in a bit. Okay, all right. We will not suspend broadcasters that we find to be acting in good faith, including by using tools such as automod, timeouts, and channel bans to remove the abuse appearing from third parties and external sources. Right. So I don't know if this is like the minimum, or is this like minimum requirement for people to show that streamers are doing their job in terms of moderating their chat or streams. Because sometimes, auto mods, timeouts, or channel bans might not be sufficient, or at least it's done in a way that is for the sake of it. There might be people who is like, oh yeah, they are very cunning. They know about the community guidelines, and they think that's very smart. Maybe they are. I don't know. Maybe they aren't. And they do the bare minimum, and as in like they ban people, they time out people, they have auto mods, but in very superficial ways. They use these tools in very superficial ways. Maybe they do ban people, but they unban them immediately, or maybe they do time out people, but they time out them very shortly for fun, just doing it for fun or whatever, not actually punishing people for doing something in violations of the Twitch community guidelines or something that is not good, unethical. That is possible as well. That is possible. There are all kinds of people, and I know people will do this because if I can think of it, as all lawyers are, we are all cunning. We'll try to look for loopholes and all that. If I can see it, definitely there are people going to be able to see it and how to do the bare minimum and just call it a day, right? So yeah, but of course, let's just continue. We have examples to look through. For example, you may not engage in content warning, wishing harm or deaths on others, right? Telling another person to severely harm, saying that another person deserves to contract illness. Yeah, so very bad stuff. Glorifying, endorsing, expressing approval of a person's past or current traumatic events. But before I continue with examples, yeah, all this is actually very similar to hateful conduct, but this is broader in a sense that there's no need to say all these things because of a specific target, specific protected characteristics. So in a way, harassment is not as serious as hateful conduct, right? So people might get away with it. Perhaps our case here. Right? I think they are still around. Nothing happened really, which is very unfortunate. But at the very least, what I'm doing here, or what I hope that I will accomplish doing this, is educate people. The only thing I can look for is to educate people. I don't really expect this to, in terms of practicality, to help people stave off of bad people, assholes. Assholes is going to be here. They are going to be around. You remove one, they are like weeds. You remove one, they're going to grow back somewhere. but not good people. That's the thing. Good people are very rare. Genuinely good people are very rare, if you ask me. People that is genuinely trying to do good for others, just trying to be happy for themselves or other people, doing things to make people happy. But they are always the ones that can't get back once something bad happens. When an asshole do something bad, they continue to doing it. Do they continue to do it again? They won't be like, oh no, I've done something wrong. The consequence of actions have caught up to me. No, rarely people who do something bad, unfortunately, karma doesn't really always get back at them. More or less, it actually fuels their doing this actually increases their power in some way or another. Their enthusiasm, their motivation to do even worse, because they know that they can get away. They do it more. They do it more often. So in a way, it's like I want to be able to let people know that at the very least, knowing what's right, what's wrong, and how to deal with them when it does happen, hopefully keeps you sane, keeps you safe mentally, as well as your community safe in one way or another, right? So that you don't get caught surprised. You don't be in a situation that you're panicking. So hopefully, by when I finish talking about these examples, we'll talk about solutions, right? We'll talk about ways to deal with hate. There's not a lot of options, but at the very least, you have to mentally prepare yourself to fight against these things as much as you can, as professional as you can. So yeah, and let's continue. Right, making implied physical threats to others, targeting others with repeated or severe personal attacks, sharing negative doctored or artistic content to abuse or degrade another person. Right? And this one, very important. The most important thing, or at least the one that is the most relevant for this case: inciting viewers to target another person with abuse, regardless of whether the targets are on or off Twitch, organizing or participating in hostile raiding, directly opening a user's channel on stream and directing personal attacks towards them. This is, I don't know how you can say this is not what applies here. Oops. Applies here, right? I've seen some arguments, and one that keeps popping up is that the streamer didn't actually say anything or encourage anything or do anything while they raided or something. But why, if they didn't do anything, okay, in the raid, and why would suddenly all these people raiding this VTuber be so hostile, be so toxic, right? Why is that? You can't be absolutely ignorant about how your chat is like, and from my understanding, before this person raided the VTuber, right, they actually watched this VTuber stream. And it's very obvious, how they behave. They are not behaving normally, is all I can say, of how a person would be behaving. They are literally belittling the person. They are literally not respecting the person at all. Again, personal attacks towards them. You don't have to say anything yourself, or I guess, express your views and stuff, so that you are considered inciting viewers to target another person with abuse. It's amazing how people jump to I'll say loops and hoops to justify what happened over there. So many different kinds of justifications, reasons, excuses. People are saying, why this VTuber deserves what is happening to her. It's very, very disappointing. That's all I can say. Right. So I don't know about this, but yes, if you're like right now, if I'm like watching a video, I'm watching a stream, and I have people chatting in my chat. Let's just assume there is, okay. And I keep saying things that are like not nice. I keep saying that this person, it shouldn't be allowed to do this, or this is wrong, this is despicable, this is stupid, or this is you know, it's silly. But nobody would like this content, blah blah blah, whatever. Very toxic, right? Are you going? Yes, you probably can say, you know, the streamer, the person that you're watching the stream, doesn't know what you're saying and all that, but it doesn't matter. There's no requirement for them to realize that's happening. That they're being watched, you know, because by doing so, your intentions, or at the very least the consequence of doing something like that, is inciting viewers to target the other person. What is the... Are you not expecting your thousands of viewers to not go there and I don't know, yeah, start harassing the person that's streaming, you know, rather than just staying in your stream, right? Doesn't make sense at all to me when you think about it. Which makes it the argument of yeah, I'm not responsible for my chat for doing something to the VTuber, to the other person. It just shows a significant lack of empathy and sympathy. The streamer simply doesn't care anyone else but himself. Very, very narcissistic personality when you think about it. If for someone incapable of understanding someone's suffering, feeling so superior, feeling so powerful, so much better than the other person, that whatever that person is going through, you know, as long as it doesn't connect you back, you know, you can just raise your hands up, you know, throw your hands up and just say, it's not my fault. I can never do that. I don't think I can ever be someone like that, like something that indirectly is my fault, would be my fault if someone suffers something like that. It's pretty crazy. Like, how do I say this? If someone in my chat, if someone within my community starts to behave toxically or starts to harass someone else, and they are using my name, you know, I won't be quiet about it. I won't be quiet about it. Nobody is going to do anything harmful against other people in my name. I will assure you, you know, this is something that I'll keep on reminding others that I will never encourage anyone. I would actually discourage people to do anything harmful. You know, I will do my best not to incite abuse, not to incite anything with another person, because my principle, it has always been, I'm not here to change anyone's minds. If they want their minds to be changed, they already are willing, they already would be willing, and there won't be any difficulty in doing so, like receiving information that they want to receive, receiving education they want to receive, or different people's perspectives, beliefs, and hopes and dreams and worries and all that. You won't have a problem, absorbing all of that and just going like, yeah, I understand what you're going through, I understand how you see things and all that. You won't, if an understanding person, as a person that's not here to harm you, won't try to fight against you, really. And of course it goes both ways, right? As long as both parties are not there to, how do you say, change each other's minds, the changing of minds will happen naturally. It's kind of weird for me to say this, I guess. It's a kind of confusing, right? But I feel like I'm feeling way more happier this way and less frustrated with how when I see something disappointing, when I see something sad, I won't, at the very least, I won't get angry. I won't be emotionally invested in trying to say something about it to the person directly. But yes, well, moving forward, we still have some stuff to say. We have some stuff to talk about, right? Making malicious contact towards legitimate business or private persons, calling customer support lines repeatedly and hanging up, or calling restaurants and placing fake orders. I don't know if this actually happens, but since it's an example, it actually happens. But probably very specific cases, because how many streamers actually have legitimate businesses or something where no, well, I guess not. It's more like either streamers like reacting, I guess I will understand this. In a better context, it would be something like streamers doing a live review of businesses. Maybe they went to a restaurant and had some food over there, and like how do I say this, reviewed it badly, yeah, but also let this streamers, viewers, communities know what this restaurant is, what their contact number is, and all that. It's possible, and all these viewers will be like calling the restaurants, just being annoying with the restaurant, and making people's lives miserable. It's a thing. It's a possible thing as well, which also goes hands in hand with the inciting viewers to target another person with abuse. Yeah, it's not just inside Twitch. It can be a live streaming in a physical location, right? And talking about something over there, which is capable of making it possible to be malicious about interacting with these businesses, right? Moving on, deliberate non-consensual in-game stream sniping. Yeah, this is very interesting, including using another person's stream to gain a competitive advantage in a multiplayer game and disrupt this broadcast. And it's actually a thing. Yeah, I actually seen a video where I think there's this Overwatch clips of a person's channel, like he or she is a competitive player. He often streams, and when he streams, he often gets stream sniped. And apparently, if let's say you're a streamer yourself and you do this, you stream snipe someone, another person streaming, for fighting together, fighting against each other, this is a violation of the community guidelines. It is considered harassment, which is, when you think about it, this is totally not something that perhaps in real life there's no such laws preventing someone from stream sniping. Anyways, moving on. Stalking or ignoring another person's established personal physical boundaries. Yeah, so not good as well. Stalking people. Who knew? Stalking people can be bad. And also ignoring people's physical boundaries, personal physical boundaries. This is more of a, I guess, again, live streamers. Anyways, moving onwards, where we have here is creating the last example, creating accounts dedicated to harassment, such as through abusive usernames. Again, very often it happens as well. I've not seen it happen in live, but I've seen people posting about it in Twitter as well. Like, literally, people have so much time in their lives, make throwaway accounts with very, very offensive words as their usernames, just to participate in hate raids. There are actual hate raid groups, dedicated hate raid groups that people gather to do the one thing that is to hurt people, to make people's life miserable. It just boggles the mind. Right, so last two paragraphs, very important. I would say most important as well. One of the most important paragraphs, which people don't know about. A lot of streamers don't know about. Streamers should always consider consequences of their statements and actions of their audiences. Sometimes unwanted focus or attention can encourage others to escalate their behavior into abuse. See? This sentence literally means that even if the streamer is not the one that's responsible for directly, causing another person's suffering, if they are in control of this audience, for example, raiding someone, there's no way there's no escaping that. You can't say that these people that are like abusing, harming the streamer is other people's. It's not from your community. It's not people that are supporting you. All these people that came from your raid, majority wise, are people who support you and admire you. They are inspired by you. There's a lot of things. This I mention this a lot when it comes to streamers and how they are as a public person. And I see this. A lot of people disagree on this from both sides, right? Not just people that are ass. Is that a lot of people don't think streamers are public people, role models. In other words, they don't think of themselves as someone with influence. They don't think of themselves as someone that is capable of influencing other people's actions and directing them to do what supposedly they want to do. Which is a very irresponsible perspective, I would say. Depending on who the person is, I would say. If the person is an ass and he has this kind of view of they don't care about what others do, even though they are doing in the name of them, is the worst. Because the harm they generate is so much more than anyone else. But still, anyone that thinks that they can't be responsible for other people's viewing them as role models is probably too absolute of a statement, of a belief. Even when I started out, this has always been a thing I have stood by. Even when I had zero people, I had zero people considered to be part of my own community, I still maintain the stance that, maintain the public stance, or present myself in public ethically. I don't know how you would say this, appropriately, professionally, and all that. Because I know it starts at the beginning with how you are and how you present yourself. And from how you present yourself is then where the kind of people you attract will determine what kind of people will attract to you, will be following you, will be part of your community, will be spending time with you and all that to support you. And if you don't make that clear at the beginning and just let whatever people come and support you be inside your community, all kinds of weirdos, all kinds of toxic people, all kinds of abusive people is going to just pop right in. Right? I feel like if your entire content, as a content creator, and what you do is just focus on trying to be happy, positive, trying to just be funny, and absolutely don't care to address any of the more serious matters, discrimination or threats, harassment and all that, you also even though you don't say it, you're giving those people an implied consent to do all that stuff on behalf of your name, right? They might like you. You might have a lot of people that like you for what you do because you're happy, you're positive, you're cheerful, wholesome, all that blah blah blah. But people can do bad stuff in the name of protecting you, in the name of like honoring you or something, or like trying to harass other people for you, because there might be people who disagree with your kind of content. Even though you make all kinds of cheerful, wholesome, positive content, there will always be people that don't like you, right? But that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine that there will always be people that don't like you, but you have to understand, your community won't be as forgiving, won't be as dismissive about this kind of people, right? And if you have absolutely not moderated or actually tell people how you deal with these sorts of situations, you will have people that like you or you being wholesome, but also commit atrocities in your name, because they think, as long as I'm helping this good person, as whatever despicable things I'm doing to the other person that don't likes you, I'm justified to doing so. Sorry. Oh, no problem. We're trying to say something. Is what I can tell people that can tell people why they don't want to get into I don't know, drama or talk about sensitive issues. At the very least, there are consequences if you don't. You might not be able to see if you want to grow your community to a bigger size, right? More people inside your community, the more likelihood there will be a diverse number of people. Of course, there is going there's going to be a point where even though you do all this kind of stuff, there's going to be someone who just doesn't listen. Well, at the very least, you've tried. You've presented. I can tell you, if you have done all this stuff, at the very least in your conscience, you won't be feeling bad about it. There won't be any sort of like a bad reputation incurred on you, because you've actually done your best. You have sincerely done your best to try and make a safe, inclusive, and helpful community. So in a way, it's like, for me personally, if I went big and somehow there are still people trying to, pull some bullshit on behalf of my name against other people, at the very least, I can say this, that they're doing it for themselves, not for me. Very clearly, because I have always been very clear with who I want to associate with, what kind of people I want to associate with, what kind of people I want to support me, and all that. Right? Anyways, moving on. Right, so there's an example for this, which is also very obvious for our case, at hand. Broadcasting other Twitch streams while insulting those users often encourages others to also direct abuse to the target. Yeah. Even if let's say you're in your own space, you're talking trash to whatever content creator is, it's very safe to assume doing something like that encourages people to do something bad against those people, even though you're not directly doing anything against that person. That's how the real world works. It's a great example on a smaller scale how the real world works. People have used their position to cause something to happen indirectly, and they get away with it by saying, I wasn't the one who shot the person. I wasn't the one who discriminated the person or harmed the person. They are just my loyal supporters, or blah blah blah. But they never, and sometimes, in addition to saying that, they will be not discouraging the behavior. They'll be like, they have the freedom of expression. That's their right to say this or do that. Blah blah blah. In a more indirect way, or like trying to mitigate their responsibility. Would you ever respond to negative chat comments? I would say first you have to decide, can you react to negative responses in your space in a calm manner, in a professional manner? If you can't do that, my advice would be just don't. And if they make you uncomfortable, you don't have to tell them why. Like, just ban them. Or if you have mods, advise or instruct your mods that if something makes you uncomfortable, they can immediately take action. Right? Otherwise, if you have the mental fortitude, if you can be calm, if you can be professional about it, give people a chance, I guess, to see if they are actually sincere. Like, maybe, of course, it depends on your rules of your streams. If you don't want people criticizing you, you should put that in your rules. If you don't want negative responses, like commenting about something that you can't control, or if it's obviously in violation of community guidelines, again, that if you see something that's obviously against the community guidelines, remove them. There's no consequences of banning anyone for whatever reason. Okay, abusing your ban, if you actually want to call it, abusing your ban, your timeouts, is not a violation of community guidelines. It's just, the only consequence is that maybe people don't want to watch you because it's banned here and banned there. But otherwise, don't think of taking moderation actions as something wrong, right? People might say that, oh, you're a coward, or you're just in a, I don't know, echo chamber, or whatever it is. Don't listen to this kind of comment, even if they might sound reasonable, because at the end of the day, even though this is a somewhat public space, it is your space. This stream, this chat room, or perhaps you have a Discord server, they are all in your control. Hello, Ruby, welcome. You have control all this space, so it's up to you to decide what sort of environment you want to provide for people. Sometimes it's really, again, I would say it's like it's up to individuals on a basis. Different individuals have different tolerance. For me though, if it ever comes to some sort of negative chat or comments, I would say it's a straight up insult, I'll ban. If it's like a legitimate criticism or a legitimate disagreement on something, I will tell my stance. I will like maybe I might be able to see some sort of a sense to the negative comment, and I'll we'll just have a civil conversations about it. But if it spirals downwards to something of a insistence on disagreeing with me, the goal is to say things until I agree with them, that is not being sincere. That is, for me, not being sincere, being genuine. They are here to try and change my mind for some reason only. And that's not productive at all. That's not helping anyone at all. That's not understanding each other. I try to understand people that disagree with me, but I don't expect people to disagree, but also understand me. Most people would be of the stance where they are trying to debate with you, but I'm not here to debate with anyone. I am here to understand, to broaden my perspectives. Okay, not here to fight anyone. I'm a lawyer. Okay, I'm a lawyer. I'm actually, how do you say, supposedly trained to fight with people, but I hate that. Okay, I hate it because I don't want to do it as much as possible. It doesn't help anyone. Ask a lawyer if they like arguing with people. No. Arguing with people, in reality, when you're doing your job, helps no one, unless the other person wants to listen to you. You're arguing with another person that they don't want to listen to you is a waste of time. Waste of everyone's time. Because if, let's say I want to resolve an issue, and the other person just wants to argue with me, it's telling me I'm wrong, and doesn't want to compromise with me, I'm like, we're just wasting our time here. I'm not I'm not going to agree what you're trying to propose for something. For example. No, so it's like I understand I'm very certain of my stance, of my beliefs, perspectives and stuff. I don't need someone to change it unless I want to. Not correct. It's a waste of time if there's not some sort of a agreement. yeah, some sort of a compromise. So a lot of times when I was practicing as a lawyer, I talked to a lot of people in opposing sides. I drafted a lot of agreements, and a lot of times it's the negotiations of terms and conditions for those agreements. And if both lawyers know what how to do their jobs, or to negotiate and all that, we won't waste each other times. We basically just a little about how negotiating contracts is like. One of us will provide a draft agreement to the other party, to the other lawyer to see. They will check the terms and conditions. They will provide comments on it if there's something they don't agree with, then send it back to me. Then I will look through the comments and see if there's anything I can agree or compromise, or of course there will probably be something that I can't agree at all. And we send it back, and then I'll send it back to the other lawyer until we reach a total compromise. If there is something that we can't compromise on, there's no point and we have given thorough explanation on our stance why this is right. This is okay to implement, or I insist on implementing this. And we're at a stalemate, right? When we reach a stalemate, we don't want to lash out the other people. We don't need to. There's no point in insulting the other person of their capabilities of it, even though that often happens, okay? Even for lawyers. What is important is, this is the end point where we've reached. Now we have to tell our clients, the situation. The situation is this. The other side insists on including this term. Do you want to accept this term, even though it might be not beneficial for you? This is something I will tell my client. My client would have to decide, is this worth sacrificing? If they think it's worth sacrificing, then it's fine. I'll get the okay and we'll go through with the agreement. If my client says, no, I can't accept this, then it's simple. We just don't force it, all right? We just don't we don't come to a conclusion. We don't have a signed agreement. That's it. That will be it. That's usually how productive negotiations is supposed to work in real life. It's not at all. This is sort of situation can never or rarely ever happens in the internet. Don't expect this sort of situation to happen in the internet at all with strangers. Absolutely. That's why this is why I don't argue with anyone, because as much as someone might be like very fancy, very good with their words, trying to explain, give you all PowerPoints, something, list sources telling you you're wrong and all that. They're not here to, negotiate or anything. They're here to tell you how wrong you are. Okay? Unless you're in a space that you want people to tell you how wrong you are, and yes, get all that criticism inside you. But if you don't want all that feedback, don't succumb or don't suffer for it. Don't suffer for it. Anyways, back to this point. It's impossible for streamers to say that, I'm not responsible for my chat. Very, very much responsible for your chat. As I said, participating in this activity can therefore lead to suspension of account. So this entire harassment part here, well, if you are caught in it, if you're violating it, the consequences will lead to suspension. But again, Twitch enforcement is subjective, discretionary, right? You might have harassed a person so bad, Twitch might just give you a 1-day ban or something like that, something ridiculous. Why? Perhaps maybe it's because you're earning a lot of money for Twitch, and the pros of having you stay on Twitch outweighs the cons of having you not in Twitch for extended time or indefinite time, right? It's sad, but it makes logical sense, right? It makes logical sense why Twitch doesn't give permanent bans to their top Twitch partners, top Twitch streamers. They are providing Twitch millions, perhaps, yeah, millions of dollars to them every year. Losing one streamer of that scale would have quite a bit of a negative consequences on their profits. So unfortunately, you know, as much as we want to say, you know, they are violating community guidelines, even if we can prove they are violating community guidelines, it's not fair. I know it's not fair. All right, next is this other paragraph, which is also very important to understand. You know, even let's say, you know, all said and done, this all sorts of stuff won't apply to big partners. At the very least, you now know that this is a rule. This is a thing that is inside our community guidelines. If something similar happens to you, and circumstances are different, and you can see the possibility of Twitch enforcing their community guidelines, do so. Even if it doesn't, even if there's a small chance, just do it. It doesn't cost you any money. Twitch doesn't charge you for every time you report violations. Okay, do it rather than believing that it's hopeless. You know? All right. Although harassment is never allowed on Twitch, we want users to express themselves naturally with their friends and communities without fear that these interactions could be misidentified as harassment. In order to fully understand the context of these incidents that appear unclear when viewed in isolation, we may require that individuals who feel targeted by abuse to indicate that these actions were not consensual banter before we intervene. Filing a user report or taking moderation action on the individual channel count as such indications. Yeah, so I've also seen people arguing that somehow Lea Kitties during the incident, they aren't they are saying that she's okay with the hate rate. oh sorry, I'm so sorry, I just caught some stuff in my throat. Let me hydrate first. But yes, it's amazing how people are like saying things here. Like, yes, she actually wants to get hate rated. Oh, she doesn't mind getting all this kind of slurs, this hate, these comments, this harassment on her channel, on the stream. Very terrible. Very terrible. But yes, let's just go back here, right? Yeah. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in terms of like how other people sees. What's most important is how Lea Kitties dealt with the situation afterwards. It's pretty clear. She didn't consent to anything. A lot of people, at the end of the day, I feel like a lot of people that tries to justify that what was done is deserved. It's just giving excuses for their personal reasons, for personal beliefs and all that. It's not a lot of people. When you look into internet arguments, all right, they are arguing for the sake of supporting their own stances. They are not really there to defend anyone. Really, they're just trying. Most people are just trying to reinforce what they think is right or wrong. It's very hard. It's most people don't think objectively. Is what I'm trying to say. They don't think objectively, factually, or logically when it comes to this type of situations. So when, let's say, when Liang Kitty was hate rated, people that are sexist jump into the scene and to justify that, you know, it's okay. Liang Kitty is getting all this harassment because that's because of how she presents herself. You know, as someone who's wearing revealing clothing and stuff. That's why she's like inviting people to be to harass her or something. Like it's her fault, you know, i.e. victim blaming. That's why I also say this is kind of also this is partly sexual harassment, also partly hateful conduct, because she's being targeted because of her characteristics, you know, being a woman, perhaps a person that is dressed is presenting themselves femininely. It is considered a protected characteristic. Yeah? So I would say, yeah, what this hate raider has done includes hateful conduct, harassment, and sexual harassment, which we'll talk about a bit as well. Sexual harassment and what it means for in Twitch, right? Yes. Moving on, sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is never acceptable, regardless of whether these comments are directed towards others on or off our services. Yeah, so this is very unique, just for this how do you say category, is that it says it moderates both actions that happens on Twitch but also outside of Twitch. Yeah. Sexual harassment makes users feel uncomfortable, unsafe, and deters them from participating. We do not allow unwelcome sexual advances and solicitations, sexual objectification, or degrading attacks relating to a person's perceived sexual practices, regardless of their gender. Very clear cut. If anything, I feel like yeah, with this paragraph, we understand whatever people think they can justify when it comes to harassment. If it all involves some reason based on sexuality, or you know, all that in relation to it, is covered here. Right. Moving into examples. Is quite a bit, but not that many. Well, I've highlighted the ones that are important though. For example, on Twitch, you may not engage in content warning, making unsolicited sexual advances towards another person. It's very obvious. Okay, I don't need to explain this, right? Requesting sexual favors from another user, whispering another user and asking them for sexual favors, asking for a broadcaster to expose themselves or send nude images. Right. Next, making unsolicited objectifying statements relating to the sexual bodies, parts, or practices of another person. Making sexually focused statements about another person's breasts, buttocks, or genitals. Sending hit-and-run style whispers to other users. One-off statements without a pre-established mutual history. Making graphic comments about their sexual body parts. Commenting on another person's perceived sexual prowess or lack thereof. Yeah. So this is objectification. Yeah. Viewing an individual just because they are dressed in a way, in a way, or present themselves in a way, which again, a lot of the comments are like that. The replies on this thing is like that, whereby literally a lot of this people that is part of that raider They don't see Lea Kitties as a person at all. Absolutely don't see Lea Kitties as a person. They ridicule her in the sense that they just think of her as a anime girl or something. Either just think of her as an anime girl or someone that is not a person with feelings or anything, and is just there to satisfy other people's desires and all that, which is very sad. A very immature viewing of reality. In this day and age, there are still people who think like that, right? Very sad. All right, moving on. Making repeated comments related to another person's perceived attractiveness after the target makes it clear to you that the behavior is unwanted. This is, again, I would say this is a bit different. And something I kind of can see, even if it doesn't involve sexuality, it can be a problem as well. Oh. Thank you for the raid, Oni. Been raiding me so many times. Extreme, welcome. How you doing? Oh, you're playing Fortnite again. How's today though? Ooh. Oh, I actually am looking at a pad. It's not a headpad. It's actually a chest shoulder pad. But yeah, hope your Fortnite went well. And also hope you're doing well as well, Extreme. So anyone that's new here, I'm Jake Light, Gaming Lawyer Service, real life lawyer as well. But right now we're actually doing something lawyer-ish. Oh, did they update the TCG again? It was a good one. 9 hours. Wow, 9 hours of Fortnite. I can never do that. I can never play competitive games for that long. My brain will explode. No, there's actually no update to the TCG. Although the organization, the last update would be something in relation to the attire. You know, about the, if I recall, it was about what? Oh yeah, streamers really skirting the the nudity thing. What was it about? I think it was like people painting themselves in green. They are nude and they don't appear at all or something. Their body don't appear, but there's like words or something appear on their body, implying something. I don't know, but it's pretty stupid. I feel like, in terms of streamers trying as much as they want to see if they don't violate community guidelines. But yeah, there's not really anything updated since then, since the attire thing, you know, where the VTuber that started all that trend, the VTuber that started all that trend where she was like quote unquote not actually naked because her VTuber model was cropped until the torso side. Chroma key to skirt it, and then prior to that being nude, just out of frame. Yeah, and also that time where it was it was then when Twitch actually allowed artistic nudity, and because of that, or a lot of VTubers trying to be coy, you know, because they think their live 2D models is, you know, 2D art, hence they can be naked, nude, but also, you know, trying to be safe and just not technically nude with their model. They just have nude art on their streams. Which is, you know, I should have asked a lawyer. Consulted a professional in this sense. I feel like, you know, it's fine if you want to try to see what's okay and not, but perhaps consult a professional before doing all this stuff, like thinking that you read the community guidelines correctly, and then that's what I can actually do, right? I feel a lot of those that happened, that get caught and forcing Twitch to change their community guidelines, reverting it to not allowing nudity in art. It's because they think they know how to interpret all this, terms and conditions. Being coy, being cunning, being like oh, I'm smart. That this is a loophole I can exploit. So if Twitch says this is okay, then I can actually do this, which is when you think logically, when you think rationally, like Twitch isn't dumb, okay? Twitch isn't stupid. If this get out of hand, if people complain, they're gonna take action. It doesn't matter what you think is okay. It really depends on what majority or the average person thinks is okay. Send you my theory again, Gwendolyn, or to Discord. Okay. I don't know who's Gwendolyn, but I hope we have a good discussion about your theory, I guess. Yeah, so that's that. Why was I talking about that? I don't know. I can't remember. Oh yeah, I was saying that there wasn't really an update to the TCG. Question: how many more rules are left in Twitch community guidelines? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by how many rules are left? Are you saying how many rules I'm going to explain? If it's the latter, I'll be explaining this last part, and then probably play a bit of Wuthering Waves. We call it a day. But yes. Okay, let's yeah, I was trying to say that sometimes it's not really about being sexual about it, and when receiving compliments. Sometimes people just aren't comfortable with things that people talk about when it comes to maybe voice, maybe physical appearances. Not everyone wants to know how specific it is they are beautiful or pretty or handsome. Not everyone is comfortable with that very explicit detailed compliment about those appearances. I for one, I don't think I will be comfortable with that. Okay, because it's really interesting to learn about the guidelines I never read. Are you a streamer or something? Or just a viewer? Seagull? I guess I'll just call you Seagull. But yeah, this is something probably it's kind of also why I've made the VTuber collaboration consent checklist, is that sometimes people might be too affectionate when it comes to like complimenting people, and too intimate. It makes it uncomfortable. So in a way, it aligns with community guidelines as well. You might have good intentions to say good things about a person, but again, sometimes we need to consider the boundaries, right? We might be live 2D models, we might be VTubers, but we are actually still people behind it. And sometimes our models, our virtual models, is just an extension of ourselves. It's just a representation of our real selves. And when people do comment on certain things about the model, people might view that as commenting on the real person themselves. It's just a general, I don't read the rules on streaming platforms and video games. It's not just you, Seagull. Most people don't read community guidelines, even if they are streamers. I can say that for a fact. I can say that for a fact. Ask 10 people, ask 10 of the streamers that you are watching. Don't literally do that, okay? It would seem rude. They will tell you they don't read the community guidelines. They might even tell you they don't read the monetized agreement as well. The streaming agreement. You know, the one that actually tells you how you get paid and how and what you can do as a affiliate or partner. Sometimes it's just the way it is in this society, where we are not taught why it's important to know, or at least know how to read legal documents and see what's important and not. We are conditioned to assume that all of this like legal documentation that we need to agree on is just life. We have to do it. If we don't do it, then we can't do certain things, regardless of like whether it might be exploitative or abusive or like unfavorable to us. I sat down and read the affiliate agreement, and I remember I had to ask you for clarification on something. I think so. But fun fact, it's not called the affiliate agreement anymore. Since last year, they have combined the Twitch partnership agreement together with affiliate agreement. That's why it's called monetized streamer agreement. They refer to affiliates and partners as streamers now. Although some of the terms and conditions in that agreement only apply to partners. Most notable is the obligation of Twitch partners to not give the Twitch a bad reputation, not to criticize Twitch or something like that, you know, which is interesting. I think it's logical in a way. It's reasonable because you're a partner. You kind of have the opportunity to do things to promote Twitch and all that. So yeah, name was changed shortly after I got affiliate. Oh, was it? Oh, I see. You only got affiliate last year? It almost felt like a long time ago then, I guess. But yeah. Hence why not only the community guidelines is important. In a way, the checklist I made supplements the community guidelines. I do mention certain things that it would be a violation if you do that too excessively, for anything really. If you do anything excessively, it will become a problem. Anyways, moving forward, we have the example of making unsolicited statements in reference to performing graphic sexual acts on another person, whispering other users and asking them to perform graphic sex acts, discussing a desire to perform graphic sex acts on a public figure. Yeah, this is obvious. Don't do this kind of stuff. No people, no sort of normal person would actually do this, you know, without consent and all. Back in March of last year, yes. Yeah, that tracks. For some reason, a lot of people become affiliates during either March, February, March, or even April. Around these 3 months are when people become affiliates. I don't know why this is a particular trend, or at least maybe it's a confirmation bias, because all the people around me seems to be getting their affiliate status during that time. I myself also got that affiliate status during February, about mid-February. And making derogatory, yeah, all right, next example. Making derogatory statements about another person's perceived sexual practices or sexual morality. This is a no-no where a lot of people don't think this is something that is against community guidelines. Telling someone that they are sleazy, they are like what, slutty, or you know, they sleep around, or I don't know, whore or something, is against the violations of community guidelines. It just literally, there's not no way about it. There's nothing
Stretch.
vague about it.
Hydrate.
I agree to this statement as well. Okay, I'll hydrate and stretch. Right? Do so far, any of you that are like listening, do you think any of these rules are ridiculous? They make a lot of common sense, right? I feel like they made a lot of common sense to me. In a way that I feel like I don't need community guidelines to tell me, oh, this is bad, to know that it is bad. But then again, you know, the examples given in this community guidelines tells me that people don't really have common sense. Common sense is not really common at all. There are again, back to this case, I've seen a lot of people say a lot of these things, you know, alleging that a person is sexually immoral due to their attire or physical appearance, stating that a person's attire reflects negatively on their sexual practices, suggesting that a person's channel is only popular or has been banned due to sexual hate favors, repeatedly negatively targeting another person with sexually focused terms such as whore or virgin. Thing goes, common sense is common. Yes. This is so prevalent in Twitter. This is so prevalent in Twitter. I don't know if it's a prevalent in Twitch or during this case in that time. Perhaps it is as well. But yeah, Twitch ain't going to do anything. At least for now, I've not seen anything happening. Normally, if something goes, if there's an update on a viral post, I will somehow find it on my timeline because someone will share it, someone will like it. I personally like to call it uncommon sense. I would say it's because of lack of education. Really, nothing else. I feel like morality, you know, this, you know, doing the right thing, the wrong thing. No one taught me about it. I had to learn it myself. And it was a long process of finally reaching to this point in my life that I like have a very good sense of what's right and wrong, you know, what's ethical, what's not ethical, what's illegal, what's not legal, and all that stuff. But I feel like, you know, if I had better education, if people all around me are generally been taught about critical thinking, taught about to be inquisitive and all that, you know, and understanding, accepting, being kind, being forgiving, I probably would have not perhaps, you know, hurt people so much in my past. I made mistakes in my childhood, my younger years. I was not a good person, as far as I can tell. I let a lot of emotions take control of me, and I do things I'm not proud of. I've been a bully. I've been a bully. It's not something I keep as a secret. Only thing, I have been a bully myself in the past, but I've regretted it quite a lot. It made me lose good friends. Made me lose good friends. Thank you for that, Pat, but it's all right. It's nothing. It's nothing to happy me about. It's I can say this. I deserve it. Okay. The consequences of my actions, I deserve it. Of course, I have become better because of it, but still, consequences there is and has happened, and I accept it. Anyways, yeah, I used to be like this. To be honest, I used to be a person that is way more conservative when I was younger. I had this, I understand why people do this, because I used to be this kind of, the kind of people that actually say things like this. Like say, I thought, again, people who wore revealing clothes were not moral, were immoral. I thought that they might be involved with unsavory people and all that stuff. But in due time, you know, when you talk to more people, when you meet more people, understand the world a little better, this views gets so nonsensical to me now. It's become so, it's a stupid opinion. It's a stupid belief that if you wear revealing clothes, I don't know, it means you're a bad person. But Malaysia is quite a conservative country, isn't it? Majority of them are conservative, but like any other countries, there is always that there are always pockets of civilizations where we are a bit more on the moderate side. Of course, then again, you know, the ones that are quite liberal is the minority. But at least for certain modern cities, people that are living in a more global society, you know, like at the very least, maybe in Kuala Lumpur, you know, like the capital city of Malaysia, there are a lot of foreigners, a lot of different kinds of people like mixed together. Then yeah, you'll see people a lot more accepting, a lot more open about certain issues. But when you go inside to more on the countryside, you know, the villages, the less developed cities, towns, you see a lot more people that are more conservative and have a very rigid view of anyone that is not how do you say, complying with religious practices or traditional practices. Yes, overall Malaysia is a conservative country, and it's its parts of it is unfortunately reaching United States level of religious extremism. A lot of them are like, a lot of politicians, politicians are using religion as a way to gain political power, you know, favor, use it to incite discrimination between races and all that. And so far, using that the boycott of like the whole genocide on Palestinians as a reason to perhaps again gain political power. Literally innocent innocent businesses that has no relation to whatever's happening over in Palestine is being involved. Hey Ray, welcome. I'll just be looking, but I hope stream goes great. Yeah, it's been going great. I've been talking a lot about different stuff. People seem to be listening. But yes, it's not looking great in terms of human rights, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, and all that. It's not looking good in Malaysia. That's all I can say, right, without getting too involved with it. Anyways, moving on. So yeah, don't be like my past self, all right? You're having this stupid concepts of how a person is dressed determines how they are as a person. I've learned that, you know, people can dress as clean, as smart, as professional, but they will still have a rotting personality compared to people who dress however they like. Actually, those are the people that are more open-minded, more accepting, more understanding of others than those people who dress nicely. When you think about it, right? When you think about it, because the people that do this is I guess it's a reverse concept, I guess, of this, but not generalizing everyone. It's just that, you know, it's possible. Anyone, it doesn't really matter how a person dress. It's always likelihood, you know, how they dress doesn't really represent how they are actually as a person. Anyways, moving on. Making degrading statements about a person's sexual health. Yes, this is also a thing, you know, other than, you know, immoral. People have been accused, you know, wearing revealing clothes to be like, yeah, they have like they probably have, they sleep around or something and have contracted sexually transmitted disease and all that stuff, you know. Attempting to coerce others into providing sexual content or favors through threats, bribes, and other inducements. Very obvious thing. Don't do this kind of stuff. Okay. I'm gonna make a joke about being well dressed, but having a rotten core. But I don't know what you consider to be too far. I don't know. Well dressed. Rotten core. I don't know. Serial killer. Serial killers are pretty good examples. Sharing unwanted and unsolicited links to nude or sexually provocative images or videos. Very simple. Don't share sus links. Sharing or threatening to share private, sexually suggestive or explicit content without permission of the person depicted. Again, don't share anything sus without consent. Right. But next, I guess. Politicians. I know that it's applicable to a lot of different kinds of people. You can even say religious officers. How do you say, lawyers, doctors, policemen, what else? You know, anyone that's supposed to be professionals, you know, to uphold the law, to do good for the people. They all are dressed professionals, but that doesn't mean that they are actually good people. Right? Yes, so next we have a few concluding paragraphs for this category. When applicable, we will take indications, timeouts, channel bans, user reports from the individuals targeted by this behavior into account to help us understand when advances and other statements are unwanted, even if they are not clearly derogatory. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Yes. Yes, indeed. We are state agents. Lawyers getting off a bad red from the bad apples in a bunch. Yes, I mean, definitely bad lawyers. There's definitely bad lawyers out there. I've I've experienced the worst kind, right? I've experienced the worst kind. But I would say, even if they are good, lawyers, unfortunately, in our society, I can say this, lawyers do a lot of under table stuff, because they are the ones who know how to circumvent certain things. They know the loopholes. They have connections with government officials and all that stuff. If you're a good one, if you have a lot of experiences, so not everything is up above board. Even if you're the best lawyer, you know how to do things to get results. And unfortunately, that is what clients are looking for. They want fast, they want good results, they want cheapest results. Results that don't cost a lot. So in a way, even if there are people with principles, they still have to do this kind of things to compete with the bad ones, right? In a way, it's one of the reasons why I stopped practicing as well. Right? It's not only because it felt like I was just doing a job, but it also felt like being a lawyer is not all righteous or fair or anything, really. It's like any other job, and in like any other job, there's always some things that you do that you're not really proud of. Underhanded tactics is understandable when you need every advantage you get. I'm more talking about the ones who would take advantage of their clients. More take advantage of the clients. Maybe yes, but I would say the extent of taking advantage of a client might be like suggesting things like suggesting clients to do things that would actually increase the cost of legal fees or something. That would be one way you can exploit clients, which people might have done. But most of the time, when it comes to what bad lawyers in actual reality is committing fraud, committing breach of trust, criminal breach of trust, it's either together with clients or together with people trying to commit some sort of scheme and steal a lot of money from other people and abscond with that money. It's actually the most common things that you hear when you become a lawyer, is that a lot of lawyers try to be sneaky with clients' money, or they are trying to be sneaky together with the client money, together with the client to perhaps scam some other people, to scam the government, all kinds of stuff. But yeah. Why did I say that? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, we were talking about something different, not in this one. All right, I was talking about this. Yeah, so sometimes if you're in a situation whereby it's not explicitly clear that you're getting sexually harassed, Twitch is telling you that certain actions would indicate, you don't have to say the words "I'm uncomfortable" or I don't want you to do this to me" or something. Just by doing certain actions like reporting the user is sufficient. Reporting the individual doing things that you don't want is sufficient to consider that whatever behavior they are doing is not wanted. But of course, the following next two paragraphs are also again very important, right? This was repeated in harassment, but I'm going to repeat it again. I guess this is phrased in a different way, but still, it's the same. Streamers are leaders of the communities they create or foster around them. Streamers should always consider consequences of their statements and actions of their audiences. Sometimes unwanted focus or attention can encourage others to escalate their behavior into abuse. For example, broadcasting other Twitch streams while insulting these users often encourages others to also direct abuse to the target. Participating in this activity can, therefore, lead to suspension of your account. It's the exact same sentence for harassment and sexual harassment, right? Because they are very similar. They're very similar. Just this one involves sexuality and all that stuff. The other, this one, right? This is also important, but people will try to use this as an excuse rather than, We expect streamers to take the necessary steps to mitigate harassing content that appears on their stream, right? We will not suspend broadcasters that we find to be acting in good faith, including by using tools such as automod, timeouts, and channel bans, to remove abuse appearing from third parties and external resources. So again, some people might just do the bare minimum. I feel like if you just do the bare minimum and telling people, I've actually banned people, I actually timed people out, I told people not to do this, but my chat is now saying all kinds of really, really horrible things to this streamer. Oh well, out of my hands. I'm sorry. Sorry you feel that way. It's not gonna help. Not gonna help at all. At the very least, I believe, if Twitch actually takes actions against these people, they would actually find out if they are sincere or not with their moderation, right? Who knows? Again, we can't tell what Twitch thinks other than, speculating them as a company. What priority they put in terms of their enforcement when it comes to that. Anyways, we have the FAQ. There's still quite a bit to read, but I'll only read the questions that are important to know. Am I required to communicate to another user that I feel harassed by their behavior in order for my report to be considered valid? Well, the answer is no. But you may choose to communicate that this conduct is unwanted. We strongly recommend that you do so only if you feel that it is safe and appropriate. So if someone is harassing you, someone is being an ass to you, you don't need to tell them that they're being an ass. Just tell them, just report them. Sorry about it. You don't need to tell your harasser that they're doing something wrong. Okay, if the act itself is obvious, it's not something good, it's a direct violation of the community guidelines, just report them, right? You don't have to take steps to tell them that it's not wanted, unless it's something more complicated rather than this, which is actually covered again down here. I enjoy friendly banter and trash talk. How can I make it clear that I don't intend to harass anyone? Be cognizant of others. This is just basically be wary of how others might feel. Some people only recognize or enjoy banter when they have an established relationship with the other person. If someone asks you to stop or indicates that your conduct is unwanted, such as through a channel timeout, continuing to target them after that point will be seen as a deliberate attempt to harass. Yeah? So, you might have a relationship with that person. You may be a friend or like your regular viewer and something. And somehow down along the way, this viewer crossed that line. And they say something you don't want them to say, or you're uncomfortable with it. You tell them, don't do it, right? In clear terms, you don't tell them you don't want them to do it again, and it's making you feel uncomfortable. Or, literally just time them out. It might be like you want to be a bit forgiving, want to give them a chance if you want to change. You just time them out. If they still see that as you being joking and stuff, ban them. Ban them, and if you think it's needed, report them. Nothing about it, okay? Nothing you don't have to think too much about it. For me, I do understand, when it comes to taking moderation actions, you might be reluctant because you don't want to lose a friend, or you don't want to lose a supporter. My only advice in that sense is that try to be professional. When it comes to like being a streamer, being a content creator, you have to draw a line when being casual, when interacting with anyone, right? You need to find out what is your tolerance, what is your boundaries, your limitations when it comes to interacting with any kind of people. If it's a friend, how much can you take before you think it's overboard? If it's a supporter, how much can you take? How much can you accept before it's enough? It's too much. Or a stranger, try to consider what is those boundaries and see if, let's say, if they cross it, what will you do? Right? Will you talk to them about it? Will you warn them about it? Will you actually just immediately take moderation actions against them, and even report them as well? You don't want to put yourself in a situation that you panic. You might panic, or you might not know what to do. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you might freeze and like have no idea how to deal with this situation without hurting anyone. You have to imagine that situation happening to yourself one day, so that when time comes, the situation doesn't get worse. You'll be able to handle it professionally and calmly. But yes, but for me, personally saying, light banter is fine. Light banter is fine. But there's a lot of topic I won't really joke about. A lot of things I don't find funny at all. Especially, I don't know, when it comes to jokes about, how do you say, gender, sexuality, ethnicity, or whatever those, protected characteristics. But still, yeah, I really don't get banter unless it's like really just about it's just some light teasing of a person. But if it's like downright, say, like telling someone that they are an idiot or something or stupid, I don't know. I don't see that as banter at all. People who try to justify those things as banter, that's I would say that's a red flag. Again, all what is important is communication. Be clear with what you think is okay, and everything should be fine. Right? Everything should be fine, and you won't doubt yourself, as in if you have done something wrong or not. Right. So I guess we'll just really read the rest of this example. If a discussion becomes heated and goes beyond friendly banter, consider removing yourself from the conversation to prevent the situation from escalating further. Additionally, some topics are generally not viewed as acceptable banter by the community, such as sending sexual solicitations or encouraging others to harm themselves. You should not engage in these behaviors, and doing so would jeopardize your Twitch account. Indeed, yeah. Don't say, even if, let's say, you're really into dark jokes, you're into something nasty, controversial, and both parties are fine with it. It's still no. It's still against against a violation against the community guidelines. Right. So what's the next thing I want to also talk about is over here. Can I be suspended for hateful or harassing content that viewers put on my stream? You see, that's why I highlight. You are responsible for ensuring that content that appears on your stream abides by our terms of service and community guidelines. If harassing or hateful content does appear on your stream, we expect that you take the necessary steps to mitigate this behavior and keep it from happening again. We will not suspend broadcasters that we find to be acting in good faith to remove abuse appearing from third parties and external sources, such as by using automods, timeouts, and channel bans. Conversely, we encourage you to report users who attempt to put hateful or harassing content on your channel, as this will lead to suspension of their Twitch accounts. Yeah. So, same thing. They keep on repeating. They are very clear what the streamer's responsibility is. And we have a further question on this. Are streamers, literal question that people keep saying that the streamers are not responsible. Are streamers responsible for hateful content in their channel? Streamers are role models and leaders of the communities they create or foster around them. Yeah, so literally, Twitch is telling people streamers are literally role models and leaders of their communities. I rest my case. I'm so dumbfounded when I see arguments are saying that streamers are not responsible. They don't need to care about what chat is doing or what the community is doing and all that. It basically shows they didn't read this at all. They didn't read community guidelines at all. Even as Twitch partners. Oh my god. But yes, disappointing. All I can say is it's disappointing. Alright, it's disappointing. Also, one interesting fact, what slurs are considered violating? Twitch does not have a list, right? If Twitch has a list of prohibited slurs, it's not gonna be helpful at all. It's not gonna be helpful at all because people will try to circumvent it. Either circumvent it or invent new ways to say something bad. And that's why, you know, context is very important. Context is very important when it comes to people using slurs. And I don't know what. I think a lot of young people think it's cool. A lot of young people think it's cool to use slurs. I have no idea. It's a very immature belief, I don't know, to think using slurs are cool. Is it because of like entertainment? Is what influence young people to think that doing things like this, saying things like this is cool? I don't understand. Anyways, I think that's pretty much it. I covered one topic. I covered only civility and respect. There's a lot of other stuff, but I'll cover it in another time, I guess. We'll see. You know, we'll see. Unless, you know, if people wants me to continue further covering all this stuff. It's good to know. Nonetheless, it's good to know. Right? If whether or not you whether or not you think this is going to be useful or not, community guidelines is actually a good way to learn about ethics. Whether it's from Twitch or from Discord or from Twitter, all of them have all kinds of policies, all kinds of community guidelines talking about what you can do and can't do. They generally speaking, they all share the same categories, same definitions of harassment, discrimination, or any of sort of like sexual content or stuff and like that. So it's not bad to use this as a base to consider what's right and wrong, because they go more above and beyond on just talking about what is illegal. Right? You know, when it comes to laws and stuff, something might be legal to do, might not be ethical to do. Right? You might have the freedom to speech. It doesn't mean that, you know, exercising that right is all positive, it's all good. It's ethically good, right? Anyways, try and continue streaming. I'll take a break and I'll continue streaming, but I probably let me think first. Wait. I'll take a break. Probably will stop streaming. But before that, if anyone has questions, this is your last chance. This is your last chance to ask any questions before I have to go. Alright? Alright. BRB. Hello, check out Gaming Lawyer at your service. So to make this introduction short, so we can get to the gist of the video, I've been playing Elden Ring regularly since around May 2023. Though I'm not new to the Soulsborne genre, I've fallen in love with this game for its gameplay as well as its method of storytelling. It got me thinking for a serious amount of time though, on a very niche topic. Are there laws people have to follow in the lands between? What are actions considered legal or ethical in this world? I sadly couldn't find a concise video talking about it. So naturally, I decided to take up the challenge to gather and compile all the facts that can be backed up with some form of evidence supporting them. This may be a start of a small series depending on your interests. So if you'd like to see more, do consider telling me your thoughts down in the comments, as well as like and subscribe to the channel. Do be warned, what I'm about to share are potentially major spoilers for the game's various stories. Even though they might just be my educated guesses, a lot of them are inferred from information you can get from dialogues, item descriptions, and environmental clues in the game. As the title of this video says, we are going to list out what the typical residents under the Golden Order can and can't do under religious and philosophical beliefs. I won't get into explaining too much, but it is believed that the order was founded by Goddess Marika through sheer force and ability to change the rules of life and death for the world. She was able to conquer the entire lands between and make her own societal system for those who live in it. I do want to point out that the order I'm referring to is before the events of the game, where the shattering and assassination of Godwyn had not happened yet, so the order was still stable and had functioning governmental authorities. According to the item description in Guilty Hood, which if a person is accused of lesser crimes, will have to wear this hood with collar of sharpened branches. It's related to the Golden Order for several reasons. It can be found in the capital city of Leyndell and can be purchased from a nomadic merchant in Mount Gelmir, which are places the Order had governance over. The hood itself seems to have a faded symbol around the chest area, and the closest symbol I could find to be similar is actually on another clothing. The Confessors. If you wear them both together, you can easily compare them. The Confessors are said to be the loyal servants of the Two Fingers that hunt down and quietly dispose of their enemies. Since the Two Fingers are part of the Order, as they are the vassals of the Greater Will, this could also support the notion that the Guilty Hoods were a punishment created by them. As to what sort of lesser crimes the Order would make the accused wear these painful-looking pieces of fashion, we have no idea. We can only say what it is not with other specified criminal offences, which we will get into shortly, but it isn't much to begin with. To take into consideration that the hoods are worn when people are just accused of lesser crimes, there may be further punishments sentenced once they have been convicted. This is somewhat shown by the existence of people wearing said hoods were also found crucified in Limgrave, another region which the Order had control over. Though, on the contrary, it can be argued that these crucifixions were punishments enacted by Godric, a self-proclaimed lord of the region, as he was ousted from the Order long ago and may have no relation whatsoever. This forbidden act by the Golden Order is actually a bit tricky to figure out, but probably overlooked by many that aren't looking at every piece of lore the game offers, especially the descriptions for the starting classes. Via the descriptions of the Prophet class and their armor set, it is said that if a person prophesies misfortune, it can get a person persecuted and exiled from their home. This in itself may not indicate that the prophecies refer to the Golden Order and could just be a general superstition for those who live in the lands between or outside of it, but with the incantation that you can also get from the class, called Catch Flame, which the description says, the flame of ruin is anathema to the Erdtree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment. For those who don't know, the practice of fire incantations are highly frowned upon by the Order, as the flame of ruin referred here is a source of fire that comes from an outer god called the Fell God, and is one of the few things that can burn the Erdtree. And since the Erdtree is an important part of the Order, it is highly taboo to talk about the possibility of the Erdtree burning. Prophecies depicted in the form of paintings are also not allowed, as we can see it mentioned in this item called the Candletree Wooden Shield, thought to represent a surreptitious prophecy of cardinal sin. The lit candle tree design was forbidden. Persecuting these prophets as delusional, shackling them with cartwheels on their necks, and exile them from lands between will surely prevent this catastrophic event, right? Speaking of outer gods, the Order is also known to be strongly against any godly influence that is not done or accepted by Marika, and she will take all necessary measures to eradicate their worshippers. The Order has sentenced people suspected of heretical beliefs of outer gods to life imprisonment, which is what happened to the merchants of the Great Caravan, as they were accused of worshipping the frenzied flame and were buried alive deep underground. The connection to the Order is made when you find out where these merchants are trapped, and it's actually right beneath the capital city of the Order, Leyndell, where the secret entrance to the prison is protected by a projection of Moog and a barrier made by Morgoth. They are the sons of the goddess Marika and the first Elden Lord, Godfrey. You also find the necessary items that support the above hypothesis, such as the Nomad Ashes, Nomadic Merchant Set, Frenzied Cookbook No. 2, Inescapable Frenzy, Fingerprint Stone Shield, and a note, Mikala's Needle. I won't get into whether the accusations were true, since that's not really relevant, but I'd like to add that the Order didn't really think through where to imprison these people, putting them literally above the sealed Three Fingers, a vassal for the frenzied flame, where their chants of despair probably were more effective in summoning the flame of frenzy, and may have caused its influence to spread further in the lands between. Okay, let me see. I'm back, but I'm just gonna check like if there's any questions. Questions? No, and yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't Telonomine, there's some questions. I don't know if they're actually I don't know if the Telonomine questions are actually real people. When I was getting invested into Law Talk. Oh, sorry. Well, you can actually watch it on my YouTube channel. Yes. Let me see. Let's see. I guess it's gonna be casual questions. But I won't answer them in Telonomine. I don't want to encourage this kind of questions. It's really random, alright? What is it like to be as attractive as you? Thank you. I don't know. Why do people think I'm attractive? I'm using a 5-2D model. Inherently, most not like 2D model. I'm using a VTuber. I'm a VTuber. I'm using a PNG or using a Vroid model, whatever it is. Inherently, it's supposed to look good, look attractive. So you know, I don't understand this question. Again, I won't answer any of this unless it's a serious kind, like in the Telonym actual. Are you happy at the moment? Yeah, I'm happy. I'm good. I'm happy at the moment. Why are you so cool? What do you mean by that, Neon? You have to be more you have to be more specific. Why am I so cool? Eyes cool? Alright. Never mind. Nobody will get it. Okay. What is your style today? What does this mean? What is your style? I don't understand the question. Why are you, Jake, like so cool? Man. You got it? Oh, okay, nice. Good. Nobody else got it. Alright, that's also cool. Can you tell us a bit about Irene? She's my wife. I love her very much. She likes playing Slay the Spire, which we actually played quite a bit off stream. I've always wanted to like do a stream and play Slay the Spire together with her, but when I think about it, it's the stream's not going to last long. She can't really play games for too much. Like she was just most likely spend an hour or so, 2 hours at maximum, and then it's gonna be over. I got it. Hates getting hugged by Jake during stream. I mean, I guess she doesn't like me because I can explain. I explain that because it's a channel redeem for a very specific person, for a very specific friend. A friend of mine really likes my wife. Even though nobody has seen her, she doesn't have a model. Okay, she's not a VTuber. My wife is not a VTuber. But a friend of mine really likes her just because of her voice. She says she sounds angelic or goddess-like. I don't know. Jake phrasing. What do you mean? Did I say something wrong? I don't know. Don't forget about it. All right, forget about it. Want to see that. I want to show people as well, but I don't think it would be very entertaining. When my wife plays games, she is very focused. She's very focused on trying to beat the game rather than commenting on anything at all. That's why, it might not be entertaining. And also last very shortly. By the time people come inside and watch the stream, it's gonna be all over. It's like, huh? It's over? Because my wife quit. Sometimes she rage quits as well. Okay, she sometimes will rage quit because Slay the Spire can be very difficult, even at the with no additional difficulties added into the game. I think it was just recently. I last week or two weeks ago. We both managed to survive until the very end and beat the final boss. It's quite an achievement. A lot of times it's either we both die or one of us die and then still we couldn't win. Most of the time that we do win is when my wife died at the end of the boss fight, and I will survive it because I somehow get some very overpowered combination of cards and survive the fight. I guess that's one fun fact about my wife. Other than that, what else people are saying? Do people send you tons of tells? Yes. Well, I don't know if they're actual people though, so that I don't really answer them. Are you an overthinker? Yes, I'm an overthinker. Very simple. I overthink a lot of things, especially friendship. That's just me, socially anxious and all that. Which person understands and knows you best? I would say my wife, again, perhaps. And my wife knows me best. Favorite color? Purple or blue? Hi, how old are you? You see, these are most likely bots, right? You like roses? Sure. Do you swim? No, I don't swim. Describe your mood at the moment. This is 3 days ago. I forgot what my mood was like. But my mood now is pretty chill. Pretty chill. I feel like this unknown question site is asking weird, not curious questions to get random information. Perhaps, maybe. You like cooking? No. How tall are you? Pretty average. Do you have breakfast every day? Sometimes. Have you ever been in love? Yeah, I'm currently in love with my wife. Actually, did you get more messages after getting more followers? Now, are you talking about Telonym? No, I didn't get more messages in Telonym. What was a funny situation with a pet of yours? Last pet I had ran away from home. It was years ago, decades ago. Okay, so I can't really remember a funny situation it was. There was a funny situation. How fast can you forget people? Not really, unless I don't interact with them. What's ruining the internet? Indeed. Be honest. How well are you really doing right now? 5 days ago. Pretty good, I guess. Have you ever broken any part of your body? Bone emoji. I don't think so. I don't think I've broken a. Well, I guess maybe we consider teeth bones. I guess teeth are bones, right? Or not? I've broken my teeth before when I was very young. It was like being reckless and fell face first on my home's pavement. Teeth are teeth. I broke a little, I think. I broke a little. How do you feel about your ex being with someone new? Yeah, like, literally, if I won't answer this because I don't want to give whatever information these bots want to know, because I don't really think they are real people. But yeah, what do I feel about how my ex seeing someone new? Happy, I guess, for them. I'm not particularly jealous or particularly sad. You know, my one and only ex left me. Well, not really left me. I dumped her because, you know, toxic relationship. So finding a new person. Well, all I can say is, you know, best of luck in a new relationship, because I know she has quite a bit of baggage to resolve, and hopefully the person that she's with now is able to, you know, help her, or, you know, both people can be happier. If we're talking about the US healthcare system, teeth are not bones. Oh my god, I'm sorry to hear that. You should say to put a certain emoji to mark real question and see what happens. I already put it to say that I only accept serious questions somewhere over here, I think. Only answer serious questions. Trolls will be blocked. Yeah. But it doesn't help. I don't know. People don't see the profile or something, I guess. What else? When you have not been in contact with someone for longer, do you delete that chat history? That's a pretty weird question. I don't know, but it still feels robotic. When have you been? I don't think I've deleted. I've not been in contact with someone. I don't think I ever deleted chat history with someone just because I've not been in contact with them for a very long time. I might sometimes cut off contact with them because I don't, you know, interact with them at all. But the only person I've ever deleted my entire chat history is my ex. I think, yeah. But more specifically, you know, pictures, any sort of like videos or anything else like that that we've shared with each other, it's all gone. It's all deleted, because that's my way to move forward with life. If someone too shy to talk to you, what can you do? Nothing. I literally can't do anything. I'm also in the same position. What can I do? Tell me. Tell me, chat. What can I do? I'm too shy to talk to people. My solution to this is wait for people to talk to me, or as I have done, share my tweets, my post, or tell people in chat right now that, you know, well, can talk to me, you know, talk to me. You can always talk to me, Jake. I'm only part people. Yes, definitely. Sure, no problem. But yeah. You like blue or green eyes better? I don't think I really have a preference with eye color. I've seen so many VTuber eyes, you know, all kinds of it. So it's nothing really, you know. I see a lot of VTuber eyes and oh, pretty nice. Do you think you would ever cut your own hair? I have cut my own hair, thank you. What have you spent a lot of money on? I spent a lot of money on miniatures. I think that's my biggest expense when it comes to hobbies. Dogs or cats? Both. Are you a better listener or speaker? Better listener, I guess. Not really a good speaker. Not really a good speaker. Do you get jealous fast? Nope. I'm not really a jealous person. What are you listening to right now? Ace Attorney music. Yeah, voice is close to your Malaysian voice. Is it? If someone says they miss you, how do you react? Thank you. I miss you too. Yeah, someone say that, I'm like always like, I don't know how to respond to that. Do you prefer being outside or indoors? Indoors. Big Malaysian accent, no! Why are you like that, Neon? I just want to talk normally. Now you force me. Yeah. Oh, actually, it sounds very like like how I'm doing the robot voice, right? Yeah. I understand now. I understand why you say that, Neon. I do sound like a bit Malaysian when I do the robot voice. Oh no, I'm going to be exposed. Neon, you're exposing me. I people now know I don't speak good English. I speak so broken English. Pretend to be like some professional. I actually not lawyer, you know, not lawyer at all. How would it make you feel if someone only like you for how you look and not who you are? I feel very bad, lor. You know, why you don't like me as person? You like my outside only. My inside not good. My inside not. Why you don't like my inside is because inside all very smelly or what? One thing you always have with you. What is this? What is this question? What kind of question is this? I have no idea how to answer this at all. What is the thing I always have with me? My body, my hair, my face, my eyes. What do you mean always have? Like literally, or what? We need more context, you know. We need more context in this kind of question. That's why when I tell people, you know, when you want to ask your question, just be more specific. Don't be so vague that I can answer you like with 500 different ways, you know. Thoughts on people getting engaged at your age? Nothing really bad because I'm already 30 plus years old, you know. 30 plus years old, very normal to only marry now, you know. Nothing not abnormal abnormal. Do you get along with your fam? Okay lah, so lah. How is your mood currently? You see, so many same question keep repeating. So boring lah, these questions. Would you rather have it cold or hot? It's what do you mean? What is it that are you saying? I want it to have cold or hot? so ridiculous, you know. Do you think you could give someone who cheated on you a second chance? And why? I probably will give them a second change. I have a lot of change, you know, in my wallet. My wallet is full of change. It's okay. I don't mind at all. Are you happy with your height? Yeah, I'm happy. Why would I not be happy with my height? Do you already know what you're gonna do for your next birthday? Maybe a subathon. I don't know. My birthday's still very long way lah. No need to think about it. Also, much time has passed. Is it 5 minutes? It's 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes, right? Yes. No. Yes. Almost. I'm just waiting the time to pass. What else? Something you use every day. I don't know. The phone. I use my phone every day. Next question. Have you ever cried because of love? Yes. What simple thing really shows someone you loves you? Spend time with me. Okay, 5 minutes gone. Okay. No, you see, everyone's gone now. Everyone knows that I'm just a phony. Are you a punctual person? Unfortunately, I'm not a punctual person. In your opinion, no. Yeah, it does sound like a robot accent. It sounds like Malaysian accent. In your opinion, should the man pay everything in the relationship? No. I'm a very equal person. Most of the time. What animal would you choose for a tattoo if you had to? What is this question? Snake, I guess. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna stop this. This is all ridiculous questions. I don't think there's anything new as well. Yeah. Let's say my grandma calls it Island of Time. If anyone doesn't have any questions left, I'll be starting a stream now because I'm getting hungry. I still want to stream Wuthering Waves, but probably only do it later tonight. Probably. Okay, so that would be it. Right. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. And I hope you all learned a thing or two. I had fun talking about Twitch community guidelines. I will probably continue doing this perhaps next month. I don't think again, even though I appreciate a lot of people are supporting me and all that, and there are a lot of people following me, I still kind of doubt that I want to do this on a weekly basis. Again, you know, not because of anyone. I just still feel like the topics around this sort of content is not that interesting. It's not that interesting. People might want to know about it, but probably not in this type of content. That's what I'm trying to say. Most people probably want to learn about this sort of stuff privately, perhaps. But you know, it's fine. It's totally fine. You know, there's more all kinds of different ways I can help people, not just in this sort of like a streaming method. But yes, until next time, we'll be going to see who we can go raid. All right. No, is my mod is working. I thought my mod is not working. Let me go see if we can go raid now. Just put Subway Surfer gameplay under your breath. I don't think that's a good idea. But okay. Oh yeah, but I guess you know. This is how do you say this? Oops. What was I trying to say? Yeah, it's good to announce that I've been on Raika stream a bit. We should talk about this. So I guess you know it's possible we'll be doing a collab soon, a podcast, the podcast collab that I've been wanting to do for a long time. Both of us wanted to do a long time, and she seems to be ready to do it. So we can pass 700. Yes, I've passed 700 for quite a bit of time already. Neon. It's I just haven't announced the art commission giveaway. Oh yeah, damn it. Sorry. Before I end my stream, I keep forgetting this. I haven't announced the winner, or at least I haven't actually done the giveaway. I'm so bad. Yeah, the podcast. I'll be doing the podcast, VTuber podcast. With Raika. If anyone doesn't know Raika, I'm gonna like show people a clip of her. Of course, the clips are probably old, and it doesn't show her current model, so take note of that. Welcome. No! Oh no, people are seeing what I post here.
Such a good girl like you, Lucy.
Oh no.
I hope you liked it.
You've been planning this longer than you've known me. It's not that I've been planning for a long time. It's because have been postponed for quite a long time.
That's kind of sus.
It's all right. Yeah, I've been waiting to use this.
I am dead.
Wait, what? It's still going. You know. You know, people don't see my selfies. Where is it? What am I trying to look for? Oh yeah, this one. You know what? I'll do it off stream. Okay, we're wasting too much time here. We're wasting too much time here. Okay, back to the plan of like we're raiding someone. All right, let's go raid someone. Let's go raid James. Okay, let's go say hello to James. Okay. I'm supposed to put this as a VOD in YouTube channel. I don't want to waste a lot of people's time thinking there's actually more content, which I already finished by like maybe an hour ago. Let's do the raid message. Wow, why are there so many people? I'm always surprised at a lot of people now. But thank you all for watching, lurking. We learned a thing or two. Let me also do this raid message. My streams is always different. Get a lot of people watching, not a lot of people to talk. I guess it's true. A lot of people like to listen to me. I guess, you know, that's good. It's been changed since I came to Scadamway. Or is it? Maybe they're sleeping. Maybe they don't know. They don't know the truth about me. Anyways, thank you so much for watching, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Take care, stay poo-poo, Be critical. Bye bye. Bye bye, everyone. University before college, we had no official proper education on any legal subjects. I have to take a law subject one semester, but my main is science. I'm like, what the heck? I know nothing. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You can't just have a semester to learn a subject it involves everything. Involves type of law that we have to follow, we have to comply with, or we unawarely not complying with because we do not know about the laws, right? We don't know how to find the laws. We do not know how to check for it. We do not know whether we are breaching the law. If other people are breaching the law or not, most of us are just doing what everyone else is doing. That is how society seems to be working. A lot of things involve laws. Once we become adults, once we start working, we're supposed to automatically know what laws applies to us. We are supposed to, when we go look for jobs, we are supposed to know what our employment rights are. That's not possible. Nobody taught you. Nobody taught you where to look for employment laws. Nobody taught you how to do your taxes and what tax laws is applicable to you. There's nobody told you how government works, why you are voting for, how are government making laws, all that stuff. Nobody has taught you. It's all has been like by way of words only. Would you be able to research on how our government operate in its truest sense? Impossible, at least without some type of legal skills or legal knowledge, right? We learn no life skills in university. Yes, we learn nothing until university, and university depends on what you have picked. It's crazy how the world works, and we're supposed to, and at that age we're supposed to be able to drink, we're supposed to be able to vote, we're supposed to be able to do all adult things. Smoke or whatever. It's basically a formula or a recipe. We're literally still kids or still children. All this boils down to me saying is, right now, this is what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to get people to start thinking that legal skills and knowledge is actually a basic adult skill that everyone should have, right? Like this right now, knowing how and what an agreement is, why is it important, and how an agreement is drafted, right? I would say this is a very basic skill.